Council meeting of Monday, November 1st, 2021 to order. First off, any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, need approval of the agenda. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the agenda for the November 1st, 2021 special council meeting be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, we have our electronic participation closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm that no one else is present with you. Confirm that no one else can hear this closed session. Confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all of the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall? Don't see him. Councillor Frake?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell? Don't see him. Councillor Ritchie?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sharp? I think you're muted. I can't hear him, can you? Okay. All right. Councillor Vane?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vardy?
Yeah, maybe I'm on mute now.
Here. Yeah, I can hear you now, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, so I understand and confirm to all except the electronic devices.
Thank you. And I understand and confirm to all the statements. Just need a mover and seconder to meet into close under section 2392K, position plan procedure, criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, planning related negotiations, 362 North Service Road. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 2392K, a position plan procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, planning related negotiations, 362 North Service Road. All in favor to go into closed? All right. That's carried, so we're moving into closed. Seconder to
Recording in
return to open
progress.
session. Moved by Counselor Frick, second by Counselor Bothwell.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, all right. Welcome back. We're back in open session now. We just need the direction, mover and seconder for the direction that was taken in closed, moved by Counselor Sharp. Second by Counselor Bothwell. Moved by Counselor Sharp, second by Counselor Bothwell. Resolved that staff proceed with, or how's it worded? Okay, sorry. Resolved that confidential report PA 21-42 be received and that staff proceed with the direction provided in closed session in regards to 362 North Service Road negotiations. All in favor? That's carried. Just need a mover and seconder for the first reading of the bylaw. Moved by Counselor Frake, second by Counselor Cadwell. Moved by Counselor Frake, second by Counselor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-80 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Just need a mover and seconder for second and third reading of the bylaw. Moved by Counselor Vane, second by Counselor Bothwell. Moved by Counselor Vane, second by Counselor Bothwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-80 read a first time, now be read a second time and third time and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, this meeting is adjourned. We will welcome everyone back to Committee of the Whole at 6 o'clock. See everyone then.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, November 1st, 2021 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, are there any changes to the agenda? If not, we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Bothwell. Seconder, Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of November 1st, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Moving to number 4, Council Endorsement Package, Grimsby Green Advisory Committee meeting. Councillor Sharp, you'd like to speak on that? Councillor Sharp, we can't hear you. I don't know. All right, we still can't hear you, Councillor Sharp. So I have Councillor Sharp as the mover and Councillor Bothwell as the seconder. Yeah, we still can't hear you, Councillor Sharp. Does anyone else want to comment or Councillor Bothwell, go ahead and then we'll see if Councillor Sharp can fix his technical difficulties.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think he's, and Councillor Sharp can jump in, but there was a lot of good discussion on a branding and an identity for the Grimsby Green Committee, and you can see from the logos the options that were picked, and we're going with option number 1 with some modifications. Instead of the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee in a circle around the home with the trees sort of picture, it's going to have Grimsby Green Advisory Committee underneath it, written in full, very much taking the a different font from one of the other logos that was done, but it's going to be slightly modified. Sharon Porter did some excellent work on bringing those forward to the committee. Then the tree planting program, the options that were presented to the committee on that. There was a lot of discussion. We're going with option 3, which is the Carolinian seedling program. And that's in partnership with the Rec Services Department and Sarah Sweeney's group. And there is a little bit of funding available through that to help us roll out that initiative. I'm sure council will hear more about it at the December meeting, because we're just going to be refining how that option 3 Carolinian seedling program can be rolled out. It's exciting in conjunction with Pine Needle Farms. So watch for more to come. I think that might be what Councillor Sharp wanted to say, is that he's really excited about that. So I'll leave it at that, but you that's also in our minutes. You'll find some notes in our minutes.
Mayor Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, my apologies for interrupting, Councillor
Go
Bothwell.
ahead. Councillor Bothwell is finished, I believe.
Okay, sorry about that. There was some technical difficulties. I was trying to turn my microphone on. I had to log out and log back in now. So I missed what Councillor Bothwell said, so at risk of repeating myself, we recently had our Grimsby Green Committee. There was 2 things notable that went on there. One was our tree planting initiative. We were going to do some sort of a small grant program for people to plant trees. And so town staff brought us a couple options, and those options were either to dedicate some money for grants to not-for-profits that wanted to do small tree planting initiatives, or to do a tree sale, or to do a seedling sale. And so I think we decided on the seedling sale, and we're looking for council's approval of that. The reason we chose the seedling sale was because there would be a lot more seedlings. We could engage a lot more people. And if we can teach them to take care of those seedlings, we could grow a lot more trees. The other thing was we're looking for endorsement from council or approval from council to direct staff to launch a tree planting management strategy. If I forget the exact terms, maybe Councillor Bothwell explained it better than I did, but that's on there too. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Yes, I was at that meeting as well, and there was certainly a good discussion, and we certainly have a lot going on. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Great report. Just, I see in the report on page 7 of 179, but in the Grimsby Green report, T-shirts. I like the logo, looks good. Are they going to be for sale for the general public in that? And also the other comment, just a quick comment, I'm glad to see we're looking at selling trees to the residents of Grimsby. I think I know St. Catharines, the city of St. Catharines does it. I believe it's semi-annually, twice a year, spring and fall. So that's a great program. Look forward to that. So about the T-shirts. Thank you.
I'll just take a stab at it. I think that the T-shirts, once they are printed off and done, I certainly would assume that they would be available for sale. All right, I have a moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that Grimsby Green Advisory Committee Council endorsement package be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee of October 12th, Grimsby Art Gallery Board of October 14th, Active Grimsby Advisory Committee of October 20th, and the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee of October 27th be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, we're moving to number 6, delegation. Is it Judy McPherson or is it someone different now? Yes, someone from Niagara Region. We're not sure who yet. 1 to 5 year transportation capital budget outlook. Welcome.
Mayor Jordan, good evening, City Council. It's Carolyn Ryle, the Director of
Oh, Carolyn, good to hear from you.
And thank you for having us. So we're having a little bit of a difficulty with getting the camera in the boardroom going. I apologize for that. I just wanted to make sure though that you could hear us, and we're happy to address any questions when we're done the presentation, with the hopes that you can see the presentation once we get it up and running.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Council, for having us here this evening. I have Frank Tassoni with me, who is the Associate Director of the Transportation Engineering piece of the business. So he'll be assisting with a part of the presentation this evening with regards to our Capital Works program. And I also have another staff member here that you can't see. It's Pam Miltenberg, and she assists the division with the overall capital asks as we collaborate and put everything together. So once again, thank you for having us here this evening. The purpose of us coming tonight is one, just to chat, to bring forward the collaboration and the partnership we have with the staff there at the town of Grimsby, is to talk about our 1 to 5 year capital forecast. We also have a 10-year outlook. And again, this is for just transparency on the programs, and again, partnership and communication with staff as we work together and plan from a budgeting perspective. We're also going to have a very high level review of some safety initiatives and how we're advancing that here at the region, and then larger regional visional items. We'll close with that. So with regards to the capital budget process at the region, there are four main areas that when we're bringing programs forward for consideration, they consist of the network expansion. We deal with our intersection improvement program. We deal with our roads rehabilitation program, as well as structure rehabilitation program. And if I can just refresh everyone's memory on what each of these definitions mean when we bring these programs forward again for consideration as part of our annual budget process. When we're talking about network expansion, we are referring to construction of a new road. It can be the widening of an existing road. It's to accommodate growth and development. And it typically is identified in the region's transportation master plan. So as part of the region's transportation master plan, that's a future outlook where we're looking to 2041 or 2051 as we move forward to revising that in the next number of years, where we look at the region's road network. And what we do is we identify again, depending on urban boundary expansion and other things, how the roads need to accommodate for that sort of growth and development. When we refer to something under the program as identified as the intersection improvement program, this is dealing with modifications to an intersection. It can be driven from a safety matter, which would include, for example, pavement markings, improved signage. It could include for turn lanes. It could be AODA requirements that we need to update or include at an intersection. Or it could be merely we've analyzed a regional road and we're looking to put a new signal in there. So that will include an analysis either of a roundabout or moving towards a traffic signal. That's what we mean when we're referring to an intersection. Is the presentation still up, Mayor Jordan? Because we don't see it here.
Yes, everything's good.
Okay, perfect. Next, we have the roads rehabilitation program. This is referred to as our hot mix program. This is dealing with increasing the longevity of a deteriorating road section, and we put dollars forward here to increase the pavement condition, which is something we work to under. For those who are familiar with our pavement condition index, there's a certain range with regards to how we want to increase the longevity, and that falls under the roads rehabilitation. And then lastly, under the structure rehabilitation, this has to do with bridge rehabilitation work to deal with deficiencies or the larger strategic programs around a full bridge replacement when the bridge is at the end of its service life. Next, we've got the new escarpment crossing study. This has been identified within the region's 1 to 5 year capital forecast. With regards to an update on how we're advancing this program, the staff right now currently have drafted a terms of reference, which we're looking to release with procurement here at the region in Q1 of 2022. This is to pick up to look at the alignment, whether it's Bartlett or an alternate alignment, to move itself up the escarpment to deal with truck traffic and other congestion coming off the QEW. The intent of the first phase of the environmental assessment is to work on a new process referred to as an individual environmental assessment. We're right now in consultation with the ministry with regards to how that process will work. And then the first intent for phase 1 is the region to hire a consultant to assist us with the terms of reference to actually roll out the much larger environmental assessment. So the first phase of that, we're looking to start next year. On average, right now, based on this being a newer process and in consultation with other municipalities that are starting to deal with individual environmental assessments for much larger programs that have quite a few environmental factors and stakeholder and agencies we need to deal with, they take on average anywhere between 3 to 4 years to complete. So the first phase with us launching this program will be starting next year. I'm now going to turn it over to Frank Tassoni to give some capital program updates.
Thank you for having us here tonight, Council. And we're going to go through several projects as we go along, and we'll answer any questions that you might have related to those projects once we're complete. So the first one that we're going to discuss is a Casablanca Boulevard reconstruction from Main Street to the North Service Road. So this project is allocated in our 1 to 3 year forecast. We're currently working through the detailed design along with town staff. And this will complete road platform upgrades, buried infrastructure upgrades on behalf of the region and the town, including active transportation and illumination upgrades as well. We'll address the interchange to the QEW and improvements related to the GO station on the South Service Road. So the project's being completed in a few phases, and we're looking to start the first phase in 2022 and continue on accordingly until the completion of the project. The next project that we have on our docket is Regional Road 81 Main Street from Oaks Road North to Casablanca Boulevard. This is a road section that had previously been a trial for a skim seal product that sealed off the road surface and is now coming to the end of its life and is starting to deteriorate. So we're looking at a rehabilitation of that road section. This is captured in our 1 to 3 year forecast, and we're in the detailed design process right now, and we'll be moving to construction in the next 1 to 3 years. The next project is being broken down into several phases. So phase 1 and 2 of Regional Road 81 Main Street from the new high school to Baker Road. Those two first sections are in the 1 to 3 year forecast. And that project will look at urbanizing that section of road as well as improvements related to active transportation, illumination, and any storm upgrades required to enhance the road section. We'll be working together with the town on that to ensure that any town needs are also addressed through that project. And the third section is located in the 6 to 10 year forecast, and that is the section from Nels to Orchard Parkway. And that once again is an urbanization, and we'll look at the same addition of active transportation, illumination upgrades, and any other upgrades to the road section to bring it into more of a complete streets form. The next project that we have is Mountain Street, and we have a retaining wall that you can see in the picture on this project that is starting to experience some deterioration, we feel, from salt. And so we're looking at a study to determine the best course of action to rehabilitate that retaining wall, whether it be simply to replace an existing armor stone or perhaps to do an entirely new structure. So we're working our way through a study right now to look at options for the rehabilitation of that wall, and then we'll move into reconstruction or rehabilitation once that's completed, and that's located in our 1 to 3 year forecast. Next project that we have is Regional Road 512 Livingston Avenue Extension. So this was the subject of a previous environmental assessment that was completed, and we have this in our 6 to 10 year forecast. We'll be evaluating the timing of the project based on traffic volumes and need in the local area, and we'll be moving forward with detailed design as the traffic volumes and need in the area require. And moving into our structures program, the first project that we have is 40 Mile Creek Bridge. This is a full bridge replacement. It's located in our 6 to 10 year forecast, and we'll be moving forward with detailed design as that comes forward in our budget, and we'll work with the town on any needs with respect to this road section once that gets into the detailed design. And the same applies to Mud Street Culvert. This will be subject to a full replacement in the 6 to 10 year forecast, and we'll be looking at any improvements to the road section, including active transportation, once we get into the detailed design of this stretch. Okay, and now I'll pass it back over to Carolyn to speak about some safety initiatives and regional visionary projects.
Thank you, Frank. Before I get into the safety initiatives, I just wanted to relay in the 2022 capital budget, which requires still council approval here at the region's end, with the 4 different projects that Frank talked to at the beginning of the presentation, are totaling around $10.3 million to advance those programs if approved to begin in 2022. So there's a lot of good work that we'll be doing in the community, and I just wanted to highlight that. Around safety initiatives, Vision Zero has been very large program transportation has been speaking to Public Works and Council about here at the region. Right now, staff are working with municipal staff as well as your clerk to coordinate a time to have us back either December or January based on availability to talk to the larger Vision Zero Road Safety Program. The region will be coming back with a presentation outlining what the larger program entails, looking for municipal support and an ultimate approval in order to roll out the program based on the intermunicipal agreement amendment, which currently is with each of the 12 different municipalities under review. And we're looking for feedback, which is currently underway. So the intent is to come looking for the approval with each of the 12 different municipalities, and we require a unanimous support and approval in order to roll that out. If we get that between December and January, the intent of the program is to roll it out in Q2 of next year. And it's a very exciting program that's going to be dealing with a large number of the safety initiatives that not only the region, also the municipality deal with. So we're looking forward to coming back with regards to that. Just a few other items that have that are currently underway with regards to safety initiatives. You can see our speed display trailer there to the side of the image here with the 55 speed limit on it. Anytime we're requested with regards to a speeding concern or complaint, we work with the council member and or the resident. We pull that out. We're able to track the speeds and inform the Niagara Regional Police, who is a very good partner of ours, on what's happening on the roadway when to assist with selective enforcement. And then lastly, just to highlight anything to do with pavement marking, crosswalks, additional signage, flashing beacons. We work with the municipality and others that bring requests forward again to increase driver awareness and help with safety initiatives. And then lastly, just to close, regional vision items, just so you're aware of work again underway at the region. Complete Streets, this was a larger transportation master plan initiative. There has been work underway for about a year now. It's looking at the regional road network and it's identifying what the tool kit of items will be to identify the different cross sections. What I mean with regards to that, anything from an urban down to a rural cross section, we're analyzing the right-of-way width. And again, what would be the typical items you would see on each of those different cross sections? So not only do we have an internal regional stakeholders group, we also have one that includes each of the 12 municipalities. There has been amazing support and partnership as we've been moving through this program to help identify, and there'll be more to come forward to Public Works and Council here at the region, as well as with each of the municipalities on the roles and responsibilities after we've identified what those typologies are through the Complete Streets, and then what each of the items will be found on each of those regional right-of-ways. Regional wayfinding will be something we'll be following up through the budget ask here at the region. When you look at the diagram there to the right, we'll be working with the municipalities again on strategic wayfinding on the regional roads, how we're going to identify different heritage, important areas of designation throughout each of the communities, and trying to find some sort of consistent wayfinding along the regional road network to assist throughout the region. And then lastly, the Niagara-Hamilton Trade Corridor. There has been a lot of conversation with each of the municipalities in the region on advancing a redundant corridor that would link QEW to Hamilton, and the region has been working closely with the federal and provincial governments on a number of submissions to try and advance the first phase of that. There's been no advancement with funding as of yet, but it is something that we continue to strive to work towards. And again, there'll be partnership with the municipalities once we get some funding to begin that first phase. So I wanted to say thank you so much for having the region here this evening to provide you an update with works happening in your community. And we now open the floor up to any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Carolyn and Frank. Certainly a lot of information and a lot of things happening in Grimsby over the next few years. I see questions from Council. Councillor Vane.
Carolyn and Frank, just one quick question. In light of the hospital coming along and some very large structures being proposed for Main Street, I remember reading some time ago that in your plans, you had plans to expand Main Street to 4 lanes, but I didn't see any discussion of that in the next 10 years. Is there any plans of that coming sooner?
Well, Mr. Mayor, at this time, we do not have any placeholder in our 1 to 10 year capital forecast for any expansion of Main Street.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just a clarification, there was never any plan for moving it to 4 lanes. We were at the regional planning meeting last year, and no, there was nothing planned. Councillor Cadwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and good evening, Carolyn and Frank. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering, you mentioned about the 4 projects for Grimsby, and it's nice to see the region is spending a lot of money out our way, which is great. Excuse me. Are any of these projects, is there a priority for the projects? Because I see that there were, a lot of them were in the 1 to 3 year forecast. So I'm just thinking, would Regional 81 west of at Casablanca, heading west to Oaks Road, that's been on the books, that's had a lot of conversation for a number of years. So that's one that I think, for my personal thoughts, Carolyn, would maybe be a priority because it has been on the books for quite a while. But are the projects in any priority order? That's my first question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, a lot of the projects that you're seeing in Grimsby are priority projects for us. We are moving detailed design along in several of the projects currently, and several of them will also be starting detailed design in the next year or so. So at this point, we don't have necessarily a priority other than to say that there are several projects that are moving through the detailed design process right now. And the priorities will be deciphered through the budgeting process for the individual years of construction as to when they are approved through our overall capital budget cycle, which looks at the needs of the entire corporation. So they are moving through detailed design now, and when we actually break ground for those will be determined in that budget cycle. The only one that we can say for certain will break ground is Casablanca, as we know that we already have budget dollars in our budget for that previously approved, and we're moving forward with a contract that we hope to put out in the beginning part of 2022.
Thank you very much, Frank. As you mentioned Casablanca, and I was hearing downtown talking to a few people on that. Is the turning lane still proposed for the expansion of Casablanca from Regional 81 heading north to the tracks or to Vine Street, wherever it's going to go? Is that still in the works? The turning lane, center turn lane? Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, so that is still in the books, and we are always looking for auxiliary lanes, specifically at intersections leading into and out of intersections. So that is currently on the books at that location.
That's great news, Frank. Thank you very much. The other question I had, and Councillor Vane stole a little bit of it on me, was with regards to the developments that are being proposed at Nellis Road and actually the Coles property. And there has been some information brought to us with regards to some possible widening of some of the roads through a traffic study, which has to be done. But again, I didn't see that again, I'm not trying to be stuck on repeat here, but that's just something I wrote down too. I didn't see that in the forecast at all. But again, with the traffic studies, there could be some involvement with the region there, I would think, too, down the road. Any comments to that, Frank or Carolyn? Thank you.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we are working together with the town to be very aware of the developments that are happening through all along Regional Road 81. We do have several projects in that area, and all of those projects are looking at urbanizing of the road section. So we're being very cognizant of when our projects are slated to happen versus the surrounding developments, try and make sure that we work the project in with the developments in a fashion that's going to be advantageous to both ourselves, the town, and the developers. So we are keeping a close eye on development that's happening along Regional Road 81 as it relates to all of the regional projects in that area.
That's it for me. Thank you, Frank, and thank you, Carolyn, for your time.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And thank you, Frank and Carolyn, for the presentation. I hear what Frank said too, is that I'm glad to hear that you're going to constantly monitor it, because I think the development at 314 Main East, the Brandhaven one, had actually in it a condition of regional approval was that it be monitored from the time that the development is completed to see whether even a turning lane was required there. So I'm glad you guys are staying on top of that. My question is specifically related to the Regional Road 512 Livingston Avenue extension, which is in the 6 to 10 year capital forecast. And I just wanted to get some clarification. It's heading towards Emily Street. And are we only looking at the first phase of that in the capital forecast from Casablanca to the west side of Emily? Is that correct? If Frank could clarify that for me, that would be great.
So through Mr. Mayor, we will be looking at that section of the Livingston extension, along with some of the works that are happening on Casablanca, should any development of the region's parcel be undertaken along with the GO station. And if that is the case, that the GO station has some portion of that property that the region owns developed in one way, shape, or form, then we would look at potentially extending Livingston to the region property. So that is being looked at through that program, but it will only be extended if there's a use for that property that the region owns on the south side of the tracks.
And there's no talk about going further and through the woodlot at this point. Is that correct?
So that is in the 6 to 10 year forecast. So the project that I discussed in the 6 to 10 year forecast is the extension through the northern part, the western portion of the Livingston extension. So we will be monitoring traffic volumes in the area, and that will drive the start of that project with respect to detailed design. But at this time, the portion that we're looking at is the section that extends up to the west limit of the region's property and determining the need for that extension as a first stage.
Okay, and you guys have clearly heard council's position that we don't want it through the woodlot. Just making sure you heard that position, right?
Through the mayor, that's correct. We're
Okay.
aware of that position,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Carolyn and Frank. Hi, Carolyn, how are you doing?
Through the mayor, I'm doing well. Thank you.
Haven't seen you for a while. Just want to run through some of the slides there. I'm really thrilled to see that we're moving up the extension of the Bartlett Road. Just curious. So that's within the next 5 years, we'll see that totally open to the top of the escarpment. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, so just to clarify, the individual environmental assessment is going to take approximately 4 years to complete. So that's just the environmental assessment portion. With the number of stakeholders and the size of this program, that's the duration we're expecting just to complete the environmental assessment. Once the environmental assessment is done, the region, as part of the process, will be forecasting property, utilities, design, and then ultimate construction. What was identified in the region's transportation master plan, due to the size and scale of this program, there'll be quite a bit of collaboration and work that'll be needed, not only with the municipalities, but we'll also need the MTO's partnership, and we'll also be looking to the federal government. So it's a very, very big program that is going to take years still to come prior to anything being built out there.
So we're probably talking 10 years.
Through the mayor, we're averaging, it's going to be probably a minimum of 10 years, yes.
Okay, so I'll just skip through some of the other ones here. On the Regional Road 8, from the new school all the way along Main Street West, at least to downtown and maybe beyond, I know there was, I don't remember any discussions either about about making it into 4 lanes. But I know we did have discussions around putting left-hand turn lane down that road, which would be good. And also, just a question: are we going to be looking at, or will you be going to look at bicycle lanes along that road, along the Main Street as well?
Mr. Mayor, so the 4 sections of Main Street that we are looking at reconstructing, we'll be looking at auxiliary lanes at all the intersections and geometric improvements at all the intersections. And yes, we will be looking at active transportation through all of those road sections, whether that's on-road or off-road facilities at this point. We do not know, but we will be looking at adding active transportation to those sections.
Will that, Frank, will that include, maybe I'm missing something here, will that include a left turn lane? If we're not going to have 4 lanes, left turn lane will be very beneficial, especially with all the growth along Main Street. You know, there's a school, there's a hospital, there's Branthaven, there's a whole host of other infill projects going on along the Main Street. So we definitely need some traffic expansion along that corridor, because it's just going to get, it's bad now, it's getting worse and worse. So I'm asking, is there going to be serious consideration towards the center left turn lane?
So through Mr. Mayor, the sections that we're reconstructing will have a traffic study completed to ensure that we install any auxiliary lanes mid-block that are required for development. Any areas of Main Street that are not within the sections that we're reconstructing would have left turn lanes addressed through the development process as they come online.
And I guess we'll see more of this as time goes on, what you're going to be doing. Okay, I'll leave the floor to someone else to ask some questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Frank.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Again, I guess I just want to maybe ask you if you could define your complete streets. I'm a member of the active Grimsby group here, and I know the question has arisen many times about when construction is done on some of the regional roads, are you going to be looking at bicycle lanes? And I know you just said that you are, whether they're on or off the road. That's great news to hear. So I was just wondering if you could touch on what complete streets actually means, just for some of the other members of my active Grimsby group.
Through the mayor, so great question. So what we're looking to do through the exercise is identify each of the regional roads under a certain classification, whether it's rural all the way up to urban. And what we're looking to do in partnership with the municipality is put together, again, sort of a list, a toolkit of items that there will be options to implement as we go in there to design and then reconstruct those roadways. So for example, common items that will be seen across each of the different cross sections, which we're currently talking about right now, is an active transportation component. So as we're trying to link municipalities from a rural up to an urban, we are definitely looking for whether it would be an on-street bike lane as we transition into a more heavily dense downtown area, whether that would be off-street, whether it would be protected cycle track, whether it would be protected on the road through paint marking or some other fashion. All those conversations, for example, are underway on how we'd like to see, for example, again, a little bit of a toolkit of options depending on the right-of-way width, what we're able to implement. It's going to be talking about standard landscape feature. It'll talk about lighting. So there's an opportunity for enhanced lighting, eventually wayfinding. Again, it'll be talking about the road platform width. So when we're putting in brand new drive lanes, what those through lane widths will be. So it's really just trying to work with identifying, depend on the cross section, again, the roles and responsibilities between the partners on what the typical cross section will look like, and then who will be responsible for example, operating or maintaining that element, because there are elements right now that the region maintains and oversees versus those of the municipality. That's going to be a little bit of the next phase of the work we're going to be bringing online. But the successful, story or news around this right now is that in collaboration with all the 12 municipalities, We're identifying a number of cross sections. We're identifying the road network, and we're coming together on what are the items we want to see on those different cross sections. And active transportation is one that we've all agreed to. And again, how we're going to implement that is still up for discussion.
Great, thank you for the answer. Again, so I just, there's some people here, staff are here for the Active Grimsby group. And whether the participation is online or not, I hope that one of us will remember to guide our Active Grimsby members in the direction to fully participate in that, if available. If it is community input you're looking for, then they can participate into that project there or the input. Another question I have is regarding the environmental assessment for the Bartlett. Can an endangered species have a really negative effect in regards to that environmental assessment? If an endangered species is found?
Yeah.
Or do you know?
Through the mayor, Councillor, I need you to repeat that question. Sorry, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty, and
Sure.
You were talking about active transportation, and then the species line I didn't catch.
So in regards to the environmental assessment on Bartlett, I'm just curious if an endangered species can have a negative effect to that environmental assessment, if at all, or do you know that answer?
So
I guess during the environmental assessment, if it's found that there's an endangered species found on the escarpment, could that have a negative effect to the environmental assessment, and we might have to look for other alternatives?
So through Mr. Mayor, typically when we do an environmental assessment, and more importantly, when we're doing an individual environmental assessment, there are a range of studies that need to be completed. And when you're looking in an area such as this, where there's no current road yet, and those environmental studies are all undertaken, which look at species at risk, with not just with respect to with animals and birds and reptiles and things like that, but it also looks at species at risk with respect to trees and plants and other things like that. And I can't say for certain that it would eliminate the Bartlett extension as being a preferred alternative, but if there was something that was identified there would definitely have to be work done to determine how those species at risk could be managed so that there is no negative impacts to that, and that any of the works that we do mitigate that. So there are ways to go about that through the environmental assessment process, and that would all be addressed during the EA stages.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your report, Carolyn and Frank. I need a mover and seconder to receive that report. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the delegation from Carolyn Ryle and Frank Tassoni regarding the Niagara Region 1 to 5 year transportation capital budget be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Yep. Yeah, have a good evening, Carolyn and Frank. Thank you very much again.
Mr. Mayor, thank you
Good night.
so much. Thank you for having us council this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving to item 6, the consent agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Oh, welcome, Councillor Dunstall. I've seen you joined us just in time for the consent agenda. Do you want to move it? Okay, moved by Councillor Dunstall. Seconder, Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items and that the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Pardon? Okay, report FIN 21-28, small business tax subclass overview. All in favor? That's carried. So this one was lifted? Okay. Okay. All right. Now we're moving to number 7, or sorry, number 7, report CAO 21-19, COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy. Harry, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, this report is brought forward to you based on some feedback we received a couple of weeks ago. We felt we've incorporated all the feedback that council provided to us in modifying this policy. The key points is that, you know, there's options, not just mandatory vaccination, there's options for testing. We've tried to work in a very flexible way to arrange for those testing. We've secured some test kits if we need them. We've also looked at various options that staff could get tested, whether that be through a pharmacy or on site. We've looked at some models that municipalities have brought a PSW on site and helped with staff with the testing, because we want to ensure the testing is done right and assist them. And a very nominal fee, you know, bring in a PSW maybe on Mondays and Thursdays. So again, we removed any dates for disclosure on the first and second vaccination, but we still need the disclosure to happen. We hoping to get approved today, and then we can move forward on some disclosure for November 10th. It gives us a chance to size up how we can assist staff in working with us to either disclose their vaccination or help with testing. So we feel this is incorporated much of your feedback that you provided a couple of weeks ago, and hopefully we can get it approved today. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Harry. I'm not going to ask a question about this report. I've read it over and over and over. I don't see anything negative in there. I was quite prepared to pass it last time. I am certainly going to endorse it again tonight. So hopefully my colleagues will go down the same road, and there's not going to be a lot more discussion about this, because I think you and your team have gone through a lot of pain to put the right thing together. So you'll have my support on this tonight. Thank you. Just wanted to make that clear.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I too have read the report, and I have some concerns. The first concern I have is that there is no end date in here, and we've heard the provincial government state that they're going to be getting rid of or looking to make it voluntary, the vaccine passport on January 17th. So I think I'd like to put an end date of January 17th on this report, and if the province decides at that time to extend it, then we can relook at this. I think it's very dangerous to put a policy in place that just goes on and on. The second thing that I like to look at is that I know that the CAO is looking at a November 10th date, but this will have to be passed at council in 2 weeks' time. And then you're going to need some time for individuals to either let their vaccination status be known or not known. So I think we need to change that date to November 21st. And another issue that I have is the testing in regards to the amount of hours. And it says submit to regular antigen testing 72 hours before starting a shift. And I know from in emergency services that covers a 5 or 6 day work week. It doesn't cover a 24/7 time frame. And I like to change that to 86 hours. 86 hours would allow these individuals, if you did the 72 hours, individuals on the volunteer basis would have to do testing twice 1 week, the next week, and then they'd go to eventually have to test 3 times in a week. So those are the changes that I'm going to propose. I'd like to put an amendment to the actual policy so that anywhere it says regular submit to regular antigen testing or equivalent for every 86 hours. I'd like to change the date that it becomes effective to November 21st. I'd also like to put that the policy will end on January 17th. At that time, when depending what the province does, we can relook at it at that time. And also, there's also a deletion I'd like to make, as I just think that sometimes when we're going to this direction, sometimes words can be very harsh, and it comes under section 5 of the non-compliance. And I'd like it just to say, in the second paragraph, all attempts will be made to work with staff as a last resort. Individuals who do not comply with the policy may be subject to discipline, and delete the rest. I think that it's when you put action, it may include unpaid leave. Of course, when you just put discipline, it may include that, but I think those are very harsh words. So I'd like to put a motion on the floor to make those changes, and I'll look for a seconder.
I'll second it.
Mayor Jordan, while we're on the topic here, on that same section 5.0, it says employees who are not fully vaccinated and not provided a bona fide human rights code exemption. Sorry, never mind.
Just waiting for the clerk to write the amended motion. Then we can speak on the amended motion. If that's defeated, then we move back to the original. All right, well, you're almost done. Okay. Well, Councillor Cadwell, are you going to speak on the amended motion? Okay, go ahead. We have a mover and seconder, so go ahead, Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I like some of the ideas there, especially the policy deadline date. I think that's fair. That it can be relooked at, obviously. But I'd like to, if I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse here, but I'd like to hear from CAO Schlang, his comments to these ideas, if we could, at a point in time before we take the final vote. Thank you.
Well, why don't I let Councillor Bothwell speak, and then we'll hear from CAO Schlang. I'm quite prepared to do that. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. I just have also a quick question for CAO Schlang. I'm not in support of ending the policy January 17th. I'm just wondering if there's a way to put wording in that says it will be reviewed based on changes to provincial direction or something.
CAO.
Yeah, I see that the Councillor Ritchie had said an end date of January 17th. I'm thinking, unless the Premier, adjusts that date accordingly, or just to allow some flexibility because usually we get these announcements 2 days or sometimes the night before, and we would have moved pretty quickly. As we've seen, Mayor and the EOC, sometimes 2 days before the deadline, we'll get another deadline. So if there's a way the councillor would work with us to be flexible, unless the Premier adjusts that to another date.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be willing to change the date to the next council meeting. So it'll probably be the third council meeting in January, which would allow us to look at the direction of the province, and then the policy would come back to council, and council would make that decision.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, our meeting in January is the 17th, just an FYI. Councillor Ritchie, on the very last point, you want to delete all the wording on non-compliance, is that
Oh, I just wanted to, it's in the second paragraph. Individuals who do not comply with the policy may be subject to discipline. I'll leave the rest out. The rest of the line does include it, but I think it's just a little harsh. I think that it's easier for people to read just discipline.
CAO?
Mayor, if the only other thing that I asked council to consider, I know that council said November 21st, we would like to get working on this sooner. So if there can be a modification, we said November 10th, maybe getting over anxious to get started because it still needs to be ratified by council, but if we could at least use the 17th and at least we get started, after that council meeting. Or the 15th is the ratification meeting. Maybe
Well, we could always waive procedure and do it today.
Or at least November 16th, one of the other, so we get started.
All right, I have the resolution, the amendment here, moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. Resolve that report CAO.
All right, Mayor Jordan, I just have my hand up before you read it.
All right, Councillor Sharp, go ahead.
So there was the one spot I mentioned earlier. It's also in section 5, non-compliance, where it says employees who are not fully vaccinated have not provided bona fide human rights code exemption. When that goes on, if we could change that to employees who do not disclose that they're fully vaccinated, because some employees may choose not to disclose for reasons of privacy, and they may not be fully vaccinated. And I think that it's presumptuous to say that employees who don't disclose are not fully vaccinated. Some employees may be. Anyways, it's just semantics, but if we could correct from the term employees who are not fully vaccinated to employees who do not disclose a record of being vaccinated.
Right. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that report CAO 21-19 COVID-19 vaccination disclosure policy dated November 1st, 2021 be received, and that the CAO be authorized to implement the COVID-19 vaccination policy with the following changes. End date of policy to January 17th, 2022. Date for staff to provide status to November 21st, 2021. Time frame to provide testing to 86 hours. Find and delete wording on the non-compliance after discipline action and include wording on disclosure. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ritchie has his hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ritchie.
Mayor Jordan, through you. If the seconder will allow, I will also be willing to amend the policy to November 17th to make it move a little quicker if the seconder would allow that.
I'm in agreement.
So we can change the date from November 21st to November 17th.
Agreed.
If that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. It's been changed. So the resolution's been read with that change.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
All right, we're moving to report FIN 2129 sewer levy review. Melanie, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Council. I'm just going to see about getting my screen shared here. Just bear with me one moment. Okay, can you see my screen, Council? Perfect. So good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you this evening on the results of our sewer levy review. You may remember that this review was initiated back in May when we set our tax policy for 2021. So at that time, there were some questions around some of our current practices and how this program came to be. So we determined that it was appropriate to do a comprehensive review, and we started that process in June. To follow that up, we did a council education workshop on August 30th with the help of our consultants to educate and inform council on our current sewer levy model and how we use a tax to do that, and present some considerations for the future. So building on that workshop, staff have completed additional analysis with the assistance of our consultants, municipal tax equity consultants. They are experts in taxation policy and supported us throughout this work. And Peter Fries, a VP with MTE, is here this evening and will help assist me with components of this presentation where we go over the impacts. So with that said, I will jump into what we're going to review in this presentation and is detailed in more detail in the report. So our goal tonight is just to go over the purpose of the review as well as some of the background, just to make sure we have that level set for everyone. Then we're going to go over some alternative models. We presented 3 options within our report and in this presentation. We'll then go into comparing those models. We've tried to keep it fairly simplistic in that comparison to keep us focused on the main areas of impact, and Peter will help us understand those impacts through that section. We'll finalize with some next steps and considerations, and then I will summarize staff's recommendations and why we made the recommendations we did, and then open it up obviously for council discussion and questions. So the purpose of this review is to look at the town's current sewer levy taxation approach and assess if it continues to meet the town's objectives and goals. So since I joined the town as your treasurer, it was clear to me that a review was warranted if for no other reason than it hadn't been done in many, many years. So my goal as your treasurer and what drove my consideration to prioritize this work is that it was really important that we foster accountability and transparency and ensure that any framework we have for taxation in place is clear and that you, the decision makers, understand what that framework is. This is in direct alignment with council's strategic plan and continues to focus on best-in-class financial management practices. So with that said, the report and presentation focus on options for possible change and how that would look, and making sure that council understands what we do today and what our options are going forward, so that whatever decision we do make is transparent and accountable. So if we consider some of the background that drove some of my thinking when we even started this is the current sewer levy taxation model that we use hasn't been reviewed since the 90s when it was established. And at the point of it being established, the current taxation system in place by MPAC and the province wasn't the same as it looked today. Additionally, there is a small percentage of properties that were in scope for sewer when this model started, whereas currently we're seeing a significant proportion of Grimsby's assessment base, approximately 88% of our assessment base that is now using the sewer services. That's very dramatically different than when this initial framework was put in place. So it does make sense to look at it and make sure that our current framework still meets our objectives. And the last piece of background that I think is important to highlight is there is only 2 municipalities in all of Ontario that are known to solely rely on a tax to support their sewer systems. Grimsby being one of them. So that is definitely the minority. There's no right or wrong in these frameworks. There's all kinds of options available, but we are definitely the outliers in using solely a tax to raise funds for our sewer system. So that in itself, I think, made it appropriate for us to look at it and just make sure that what we're doing is really what council in the town of Grimsby wants to be doing going forward. And the last piece or comment I would make on the background is just making sure that council understands and the public and anybody watching that when we use a taxation system, which is what we're using to drive our sewer funding, how to raise money for sewer, this is based on property and assessed value, and not necessarily on usage of sewer, usage of the correlated water. This does have a redistributive effect in that higher value properties pay more tax. So that is kind of the fundamental principle in our current system. of what we use today. And I think it's important just to make sure that that background is clear. Just like the same way we pay property taxes to support other services, it's based on tax assessment and the value of your home. And the last piece or comment I'll make on the background before I move into the options and some of the analysis is I do want to highlight for council that this is a fairly complex issue with different impacts for all the different taxpayers. It's really impossible for us to model or understand the impact to every individual taxpayer, but our goal is to make sure that we highlight the big themes of those impacts and that we drive council to making a decision that's principles and objectives based so that we can then justify it and communicate it in alignment with those objectives or principles, as opposed to dealing with every unique individual taxpayer who would see varying different levels of change as a result of any change going forward. So if we jump into the three options that are presented to council this evening, we basically have them on a spectrum. And we basically went from a modified status quo, which is basically what we do today, which is a full taxation system, and just some modifications to make sure that we're compliant with tax legislation and we're not taxing exempt properties where we shouldn't. And we're also simplifying our role ranges versus identifying every single property. But essentially the same platform we have today with the same objectives today, we treat it fully as a tax. We would just make some small tweaks to that framework. All the way to scenario 3 or option 3, which moves us completely to a fee-based structure. Obviously, a fee-based structure would have, a full fee-based structure would have the largest impact and the most level of change. And we are proposing that if we would move to a fee-based structure, that we would do that directly correlated to water consumption, and that we would start from that framework. And scenario 2 is really a hybrid option in between. And we propose that on a 50-50 basis. So where we would raise 50% of the funds we need from a tax levy for the sewer and 50% from a fee. And as you can see from the graph or the slide in front of you, the bars on the left, or I'm sorry, on the right, try to paint a simplistic view of how that moves. Scenario 1 is the most redistributive because we're continuing to use property assessment as our main factor to drive that. But it's also the most continuity and the most stability. We see the least amount of change. Option 3 is obviously more tied to use and benefit because we're making a direct correlation to water usage. But that said, there is more shifts and it is a more significant impact and change that you would any given taxpayer could see. So that is very important to understand. And the last comment I'll make on the options is we tried to drive into 3 options that we felt were representative and appropriate for the town, but this is a continuum of reform options. There's no right or wrong answer. We can really do any version of the 3 options in front of you, but our goal was to present them in a way that frame the issue for council and try to guide the discussion. All right, so with that said, I will turn it over to Peter. I believe he's on the line and he's going to walk us through the comparison of these 3 options and how they impact taxpayers. And so the next 3-4 slides will really highlight the difference between these 3 options. Peter?
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll give you a quick overview of what we're looking at. There is a full report behind this. You can hear me okay, right? I should check. There is a full report behind this, and there's a ton more numbers in there, but they get pretty cumbersome to talk about in a presentation like this. So we've kind of boiled the results down, and we stratified the population of properties or groups or users, whatever we want to call them, in different ways. One way was by property type. This is closely correlated with property class, but not exactly, but it goes the broad type of the property. So we have vacant land, which could be, partially commercial or residential, that kind of thing. We have farms. That's all farm property. So it would include the farmland, farmhouse, those types of things. Residential, that is mostly improved residential, including multi-residential properties. Commercial, industrial, and then we get into the special purpose properties, government, institutional, things like that. So we try to break it out. This is one way of looking at it. And when we look at the 3 scenarios, so the first one is, okay, keep everything the same, but we're going to move some exempt properties out that are a little non-compliant, it has a bit of an impact. 1.54%. It's not a huge impact. Scenario 2 is a 50% tax and 50% fee. And as Melanie said, those fees are based on water usage. So we took all these properties, we took their water metering from 2020, and we said, okay, if we divided the half of the cost, what would the rate be per meter? And we applied that back. And those formulas, again, are in the report. On the surface level, at property type, the impacts don't look massive. Vacant land's the big one because they generally don't even have property water meters. Farm is the other one that swings a long way in the upper end, so it gets an increase. That's due to a number of farms that are actually driving that use a ton of water for irrigation. So they're very high volume water users. And everybody else is, not crazy shifts on the average property. What's going on, and we'll see that in the later shifts, is there's shifts in between. When we go to scenario 3, the shifts become more dramatic. And the reason for this is when we stick to scenario 2 and we have half a levy and half a fee, the levy side, the tax side, everybody's proportional share stays the same. So that creates stability. Even if you were gung-ho to go full fee, you might want to take this step or a few steps along the way. Transition from tax to water usage or a proxy meter, because it's all the basis of distribution. Right now, we're distributing based on property value. If we throw that out the window and go right to fee, it's a bigger impact. And if you remember from our last presentation, we like to talk about, hey, this is where we'd like to be, but we also have to be cognizant of the impact and what it means for the user. So if you go to the next slide. This one's looking at just those residential properties. Okay, so these are mostly homes. And the way we've stratified it is by current value assessment, property value. Keep in mind when you see the property assessments, these are from January 1st, 2016. They're a little old. You pretty much double or more for what these properties would sit in the marketplace for today. What we see here is in scenario 1, everybody's shift is the same. Scenario 2, and this is true if we drill down into any of those property types, lower value properties, which right now are being carrying a smaller portion of the burden, will see an increase because we're now going on water. And what we know is that water usage differs less than property value. There's some correlation between a 2-bedroom house that's valued at $500,000 and a 5-bedroom house or a 6-bedroom house that's valued at over $1 million. You may have more people living in there. You may have, used more water, but the difference isn't quite as dramatic. So we will see the cost shift from higher value to lower value properties, and that gets more dramatic as we go to a full fee. Again, sticking with half tax or a portion of tax, 25, 75, whatever that is going to moderate or mitigate the change from the tax-based distribution to the fee-based distribution. So that's what we see here. If you go to the next slide, this is going the other way. This is based on water usage. And what we see here, this is the entire population of properties. Pretty intuitive. As we move from the property tax base to a water use as a proxy of sewer use, those people that use a ton of water are going to pay more, and those who use almost no water are going to pay less. So this is going to be tied more directly to use. So that's the scale it's going to be on. And because we see such a linear change, we know that the property tax is an okay sort of estimate of what kind of water people might be using, but when you go to that pure meter, it's gonna change. Those using high water. The other thing is we do have some zero water users who are paying something, but will pay nothing in the future. If you go to the next slide, I really think this one is the most telling because there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot going on. How we set up this slide. take a look at the yellow portion under residential. The yellow portion of that bar are the properties that are going to change just by negative or positive 25%. So they're not going to have crazy outlier changes. 67% will stay fairly stable within that window. You have about less than 20% that are going to see changes that are greater than 25%. And you're going to have about 20% or less that are going to see a 25% reduction or more. So go way down. That's fairly stable. That's scenario 2. When we go to scenario 3, we see right away that only 38% will be in that stable zone. The rest of them will see high magnitude increases or decreases. Put simply, even if you want to go to scenario 2, it's going to be more disruptive. That's what this tells us. Now, if we went somewhere in between scenario 2 and scenario 3, that yellow line is going to fall, that yellow part of the bar is going to fall right in the middle. If you went to 25% instead of 50%, the yellow bar is going to be bigger. So this really tells us about the transitional changes we will feel. And, you know, where we're seeing bigger changes, we saw farm, there's more people with increases. Commercial, we see a good population of people that will see decreases. Unless you're a restaurant or something, you don't use a lot of water in a commercial. Industrial, again, we'll see go down. And then across the board, all properties. It's an outlier population that's going to see the most disruptive. But as you can see, when we go to scenario 2 to scenario 3, we have fewer people in the low disruption zone. So there's really kind of 2 questions here. One, where would we like to be? Would we like to be charging people based on their water usage? And then what's the appetite for getting there, 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps? That type of thing. So there's the goal, and then how much disruption do we want to get there? If you do want to change, of course.
Perfect. Thank you, Peter. So I will take back over. One additional comment I'll just provide for a little bit of context for council is certainly the farm category has some more dramatic impacts here. We did talk to Lincoln about how they do it and if they charge their sewer based on water usage or if they make any kind of adjustments or anything. And they do use water usage as a proxy and make no changes or any type of different treatment for farms. So their farmers are paying for their share of the water usage, which would be very different than obviously what we're seeing in Grimsby. So neither is right or wrong. It's just an important consideration since they are direct neighbors, and there probably would be some conversation between the farming communities, farming members within both of those communities. So I thought that was important to share. So hopefully that helps give you a bit of an understanding of the impact or the magnitude of impact along those scenarios. Some additional considerations to keep in mind is if council did desire to move to some reform or some change by moving to scenario 2 or 3 at any given point, I think it really is important for us to seek feedback on the proposed option from residents. And I say seek feedback as opposed to asking them to provide us options. I think because this is a fairly complex topic that requires lots of modeling, lots of complexity, everybody wants to kind of figure out exactly what the impact might be to them. I think it's important that we present a framework, whatever we think is appropriate starting point, and then just seek feedback on that framework and see if we have, general support, general ideas, and then we could potentially tweak based on that feedback. But I do think it's important to get that feedback, and it's important for us to be directional in getting that feedback as opposed to just asking for any options that residents might want to consider, just to guide the conversation. The second piece is if we were to consider scenario 2 or 3, I think it's important that once we get that feedback, once we finalize our approach, that we do have a robust communication plan. This will have impacts, like Peter just mentioned on the slide with the colors. The magnitudes of those impacts could be very different for every individual residence. So I think we need to make sure that we take time to communicate that and potentially even consider detailed mailouts within our bills in advance of any kind of change so that people could understand what we're changing if we are going to move towards a change. And then the last comment I would have is if we do move towards some kind of a change, there will likely be some one-time transitional costs for us to make sure that we do that feedback, that communication, as well as one-time system changes to facilitate this. And the last comment I would make is in 2023 will be a reassessment year. As Peter mentioned, the last time MPAC did a full reassessment was January 1, 2016. And normally they do that on a 4-year cycle. But because of the pandemic and lots of moving parts, they made a decision to not do the reassessment for the past 2 years. We're fairly confident they're going to do that reassessment in 2023, which will have a lot of natural changes to the assessment base as a result of that. It's just been a long period of time. The market's changed significantly. So we will see lots of valuation shifts in 2023. There's pros and cons to that. It is what it is in some regards. But in some regards, that could mean it would minimize the impact of any additional change we might layer in as a result of changing our sewer. But again, depending on the individual taxpayer, for some, it could amplify it. So I think that's, an important consideration to just make sure we keep in mind about 2023. And the last slide we just wanted to highlight this evening is staff's recommendation that's included in the report in front of you. So although we have limited the analysis to 3 logical choices and options to really show that spectrum, there really are finite it's a spectrum, and we could tweak it however we saw fit. The recommendation I put forward in front of you in consultation with Peter, staff in Public Works, and other finance professionals is really our best foot forward and our best recommendation on how we can balance all of the factors and find a way forward for Grimsby. So we are recommending scenario 1, or that modified status quo for 2022. There's a lot of moving parts right now, the pandemic certainly being one of them, as well as previously highlighted in those considerations. In order to do this well, we do need lead time to implement. We want to do the feedback, we want to do the communication, and we want to make sure we get this right. And we would not be in a position to do that by 2023. Sorry, to do that in 2022. We would need 2022 to put that in place for 2023. With that said, we do believe that our best recommendation would be for council to endorse moving to the 50-50 model in 2023 and beyond. And we really had 5 driving factors in our thinking on why we're making that recommendation. The first one being that the comprehensive review did show that Grimsby is somewhat unique in using the levy mechanism to raise funds for sewer. We really are only one of 2 municipalities. And so, we are outliers there. And, again, there's no right or wrong here, but there is a generally accepted principle that, sewer services are tied to use. And most municipalities in Ontario have built taxation frameworks that align to that. We have not, and I think we could potentially move towards that framework with scenario 2. Another consideration is through our council workshop and through our survey, council did articulate some support that sewer services are a private benefit to users, but also wanted to make sure that we balance the importance of understanding impacts and minimizing those as much as we could for our residents. So we felt the 50-50 scenario was an option that balanced those 2 considerations and allowed us to move forward, minimizing impacts by not doing it in a dramatic way, but also acknowledged the nature of the service and that a fee might be a fair way to tax for that. The reason for the 50-50 in our consideration is 50% of our current budget, or the current funds we need to raise, are typically tied to our operations, and about 50% of our budget is tied to our capital and our payment to the region. So it felt like a very natural split that we could associate 50% of our capital / region payments as being supported by a levy, right? That's the infrastructure, that's the back end. There is some redistributive elements to the capital component, and 50% tied to our operations, which, we can make a natural correlation to a fee. The fourth option we considered in this recommendation is we really wanted to make sure we manage some of the administrative burden. And by transitioning to a fee and making it directly connected to our water, we can leverage all of our existing processes. We bill for water, we have water usage. We felt that that was the most administratively simple way to implement a fee. And lastly, last consideration in this recommendation was really just that while transitioning models will certainly have some impacts up front, and we're very aware of that. Moving more towards a fee-based structure in the long term would minimize future volatility to taxpayers, because we would be relying on water usage. And to the extent that people's water usage is consistent, they in theory wouldn't see large shifts that they might be seeing on those property assessment change years every 4 years that we see, movements going between property taxes. We don't see that same kind of volatility once a system's in place when you're considering usage as your main factor. So we thought that, as a long-term consideration, that was important, that future volatility would be minimized. So hopefully that helps inform council. There's a lot of detail in the report. We provided 2 very robust appendixes to try to put all the information out there, but we're happy, both Peter and I are happy to take any questions and comments from council on our next steps.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation, Melanie and Peter. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Melanie. This is a great report, actually. It really opens your eyes to a lot of things, especially how we probably disproportionately distribute the costs of our water supply. I mean, water is the most valuable commodity on the face of the earth. I mean, there is no other commodity that's more valuable than water. And, if I use 100 gallons of water, well, obviously I'm going to discard 100 gallons of water into the sewer system at some point. But if I'm using 100 gallons of water, I would not expect some other person in town to be subsidizing what I use. Now that's all easy for me to say, but when I look at the grid that you put together, I look at the farmer part of it, and if we go to a totally fee-based system, which is what I would endorse, the farmer certainly gets stung big time with what he would have to pay out in water fees. So I suppose going the hybrid way is probably the most democratic way to go to assist particularly the farmer part of the grid. But having said that, so when the time comes with this, we are going to go to the public for their feedback. I'm assuming that's going to happen sometime in early 23. Is that correct? Or 22?
Yes, through the mayor, what we're proposing is if we can get some direction from council this evening, and if they do endorse moving to scenario 2 or 3 at some point, we would then take 2022 to get the feedback on that scenario, build a communication plan, and make sure that was all done throughout 2022. So we were well positioned to implement the change in 2023.
So if council decides on on option 2, what is the public going to be commenting on? I mean, it's like, okay, guys, it's option 2. You can talk all you want, it's still option 2. So what's the point of going out to the public for their input if we're just going to decide now that it's option 2?
I think that's the thing. Thank you, Councillor Frick, through you, Mayor Jordan. I think that is an important consideration of how council wants to approach this. What we're proposing is that because there's so much complexity in how this framework works, that we would basically outline option 2, explain how it works, explain to them what the principles are behind why we would use a tax for some of it, why we would use a fee for some of it, and then get commentary back from the public on, does that make sense to them? Do they have any additional concerns that we didn't consider when we drafted this model? And take all of that feedback back, try to consolidate it, understand it, and then present that back to council to say, this is what we heard. We think, it's in alignment with continuing to move forward or it's not, and go from there. The idea of getting feedback also really helps us on the next step in actually implementing. Again, because there is going to be significant impacts if we do move to scenario 2 or 3, it is really important that we bring the community along with us in understanding why those impacts are taking place. And if we can demonstrate that we did seek feedback, that we considered and addressed any comments or questions that we received, I think it goes a long way in helping us implement and develop that final communication plan and making sure that it hits all of the marks required to make sure that residents do understand the final impact when 2023 comes along.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned that we're just giving, it's like the card magician saying, pick a card, you end up picking the card that he wants you to pick. So in this case, that's what it sounds like. So in the terms of our sewage, I mean, does each household pay for its actual use of the sewage system? Because it's separate from the water supply.
Correct. And that is what we're talking about today. We are not talking about the water supply. The water supply is a fee-based, it has a variable and a fixed-based fee that is already established. What we're talking today is sewer services.
Right, I understand. But
Yeah.
if I use 100 gallons, if I buy 100 gallons of water, I'm going to shoot 100 gallons of water at the other end in terms of sewage. So it's E is equal to MC squared kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Correct. And our current framework does not consider usage at all.
Sorry?
So our current framework, our current taxation model is based 100% on property values, not usage.
And that's very unfair, obviously, because even though my property might be bigger or smaller than the next guy, doesn't mean I'm going to use more or less water than the next guy. So I just think that a fee-based system is probably the best way to go. It's like I pay for the hydro I use. I pay for the gas that I use, that type of model. So I don't know why we wouldn't go down the same road. But at the same time, having said that, like I said earlier, I still have a concern that we're going to be dinging the farmers a little bit more than we should. These are just comments. I know we're not making a big decision tonight. It's going to go to the public. We're talking about 2023. Maybe we can move backwards on some of these things once we have a discussion with the public. I assume we can. If we want to decide next year that after the public gets involved and gives their comments, that we might want to change it again, we can do that. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mayor Jordan. I think what's important for staff is for us to really, and for council to really be clear on the impacts and understand what they're endorsing so that we are effective and efficient in the next phase of this work. Absolutely, nothing would be in place until 2023 and 2023 tax policy being set. With that said, if we go down this path and we do all of this work and then at the 11th hour council, doesn't want to move forward, that will certainly be, could be a waste. So we want to make sure that council understands enough upfront about the impact, is ready to take on those impacts if we do go down to this next step. But you're absolutely right, Councillor Frake. We would update you throughout 2022 on the results of that feedback and our plan for communication. And should council want to give different direction at some point, of course, we would take that because nothing would be formalized until that 2023 tax policy is passed.
Anyways, it's a great report, Peter. I know you probably did a lot of the Trojan work on this. It really opened my eyes and it certainly got me thinking a lot. And thank you for putting it together. Melanie, thank you very much. I'm done. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question, first of all, about how will this affect people who are not connected to the sewers? People who get water delivered to their house and then who are connected to septic systems. If this is billed through usage, will they pay a fee or they pay more for the water that is delivered to their house?
I can take a first stab, Peter. If you have additional information, you can certainly share it. People who are having water delivered to their house are paying privately for that water. They're not typically, is my understanding, being paying on the town's water system. Therefore, they're not.
The water,
if
the water still comes from the
water
municipality,
usage as
doesn't
a proxy, they would not be paying sewer because they wouldn't have any water delivered from the town.
Who do the water trucks buy their water from?
That's a good question that I don't know if I can answer. So maybe Brandon or Peter can help me there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the town does sell some water privately, so wholesale to trucks and for different purposes. So if those people were buying the water from the service delivery, I'm in the water truck business, I drive a water truck up to your house and fill your cistern or whatever I'm doing, then I, as the business operator, bought the water off the town, paid the same per liter that you're paying through your distribution system or something similar to that. And this would have no sewer amount built in. This would be a separate amount. Unless, of course, you decided to, those private operators, add a sewer amount to it. But I don't know that you would do that because a lot of that water is used to do things like fill swimming pools, clean roads, stuff like that.
So so for homes that are, for example, on the mountain and don't have sewers, when the water trucks are buying water, Wait, let me rewind this a little bit. So we will bill the homeowners or the property owners, the water users, a water fee that will include sewers. But we won't bill the water trucks a fee that includes sewers.
Mr. Mayor, if I can jump in, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just to clarify, so up on the mountain, typically the properties will be serviced through a cistern. So essentially, we have a bulk water station down on Ontario Street and Clark Street that the town basically provides water to the water haulers. Water's haulers would pay a bill to us, basically billing for the water. Haulers would take it up to the homeowner. The homeowner would pay the hauler the cost for the hauling plus the cost for the water delivery. We wouldn't be charging a wastewater charge because typically those properties are on septic system, so aren't connected to a sanitary system.
So people who buy water from the bulk water station will pay less than residents who get it delivered to their house.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's going to be two separate charges, one for water, and that would be the same. Mm-hmm. And then one for sewer. They wouldn't pay the sewer because they're not connected to the sewer. They're not sewer users. So
there's two separate charges.
Two separate charges, and the sewer, we would just use water as a proxy rather than spending, millions of dollars going out and putting meters on everybody's exit pipes. You just use the water is what tends to be done is we use the water as a proxy meter for sewer usage. So if you're not hooked up to the sewer, then you're not paying the sewer charge on your bill. Even if somebody got water, but they weren't hooked up to sewer, they had a septic, which is conceivable, I guess, then they would get a water half of the bill, but not a sewer half of the bill because they're doing the sewer work themselves on their own property.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I understand it's a separate bill for sewer, although it's tagged to the water use. It's a separate bill and it won't necessarily be charged to people who are not connected to the sewer.
Yes, and the tax right now is not taxed on people unless they're connected or show is connected to the sewer.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that people who aren't connected aren't going to now start paying for some of the sewer that they're not connected to. But thank you. And so the other thing I'm thinking about is for the amount of water you use. So are we talking about, is this a capital cost for our sewers, or is this an operation cost for water treatment or sewage treatment? Like the charge, are we talking? So let me just expand on that. Once you have a sewer connected to your house, there's a certain amount of cost to that, right? And then whether or not you put 1 cubic meter, 2 cubic meter, 5 cubic meters, there's a certain cost to having that pipe connected. And unless you have to expand the pipes under the roads, but once those road pipes are in, if it costs $5,000 to connect each home, then the person who uses more, there becomes like a bit of an economy of scale. So someone who uses more doesn't pay as much per, because they spread that cost, the capital cost, out on more water. And so if we're billing them per cubic meter of water used, then they would be paying more money for their sewer pipe than their neighbor would, just because they use less water in that sewer pipe. So are we paying for the capital, or are we paying for also the sewage treatment through this fee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple different capitals. There's the public capital, which is your capital budget that the municipality sets to maintain the infrastructure under the ground. And then there's the private capital, which would be those hookups. Brandon could probably speak better, but generally a hookup is one thing where you tie in. That's an initial cost. You're building a new home, you tie in, and that's a connection fee. And again, stand to be corrected. The $6 million that's currently raised through taxes for sewers covers the municipality's capital and the municipality's operating. So that's all the stuff that's going on under the road or under the public rights of way, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So there's just wanted to make that slight distinction. The individual hookup is one thing generally, and then there's the private capital. And the the public capital, and the public is split about 50-50, as Melanie said at the outset. So this is all about the cost to operate the system, not to hook into it, assuming everybody's up and running.
So a person who uses more water, and then by result more sewage, it doesn't really add to our capital or operating costs because we're not charging for the treatment of the sewage. So like if you use more or less water, so a person who hooks up to the sewer but doesn't use any water pays nothing for sewers, even though they're hooked up. So a person who only turns the tap on once has paid almost $0 for their sewer, but a person who turns the tap on twice as much pays twice as much money for their sewer, even though they have the same sewer hooked up to their house, right? On this model. So for example, high water users like farms pay a lot more to have sewers, or like restaurants pay a lot more. I'm not sure if using more water actually deteriorates your sewer system and causes more capital expense. I'm not sure if it has to be replaced more frequently because of the volume of water that you use. And so even the sewers that are under the pipes and the infrastructure that's headed are all under the roads. I mean, I'm not sure if we have to replace that more frequently because of the quantity of water people use. So
it's the proportion of capacity, sewer capacity, like how much water you're treating and things like that.
Yeah. So capacity. So if everybody used a lot, we would have to have bigger pipes. But if some of us use a lot and some of us use a little, we would have the same amount of pipes under the roads, just some would pay more and some would pay less for those pipes. So I compare it to like our hydro utility, where we pay a certain fee for like delivery, and like there's certain costs that we pay, and then we pay a rate per amount of hydro we use. So everybody pays to have the telephone line or the hydro lines hooked up to their house, a certain fee, and then you pay for the amount of power you use. So I guess that more closely matches with the option 2, where everybody pays some, and then there is a fee. It's not exactly the same. Thanks.
Just a little clarification there. Right now, we have a system that is based absolutely 0% on actual usage. It's based totally on taxation, and that's what we're moving to more of a user pay, and it's just what council decides on what percentage they want to move that direction. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Great report, Melanie, and thank you for bringing this, enlighten us to it, that just 2 municipalities in the province. What have we been doing for the last number of years? We're getting caught up, which is great to hear. Just a quick question. So in this, under the system that we have now, based on property tax, therefore the people that live on the escarpment are actually paying for our contributing to our sewer system then, right? Is that how that works, the way it is right now, Melanie?
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Through you, Mayor Jordan. So only if they're connected to the sewer.
Only if they're connected.
Many of the properties on the escarpment are not connected, so they're already, it's a connection-based tax. So once you connect it is the first hurdle, and if you're connected, then you pay based on your property valuation.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification, because I was just thinking, I hope the people on the mountain aren't paying, for the sewage. So that's great. Thank you very much. I like it. I have a little bit of a very small issue with it, because some of my family lives in Lincoln, and they've been doing this for a number of years. About the water bill, I think they go 50% of the water bill, Melanie, roughly, or they have a percentage based on the water bill. But I always thought, well, if I water my grass, I'm getting charged 2 ways, right? Sewage and water, and for the water bill. Wash my car. So what I'm getting at, water that is not going into your sewer system, you're still being charged under the sewage side of it then, right? But you know what? Can we find a perfect system? I don't think so, but I do like this system, Melanie, and I will be supporting this report and looking forward to all the good work that's going to happen next year and that. And I think, again, it just makes sense. The user pays. So, yeah. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jordan. Again, thank you very much for the report. Great report. Councillor Cadwell stole a lot of my words. That yes, if you go to a complete user system, there's many things that people do that doesn't require the water to go into the sewer system. So I really like what's been proposed here. And when I read the proposal, looking to go to a hybrid level or levy and fee model in the 2023 taxation year. Is it possible to implement, like, I think you said it was be a 50-50 split. Is it possible to look at like a 20-80 for 1 year, then the next year go 30-70, then the next year go 40-60? Because those would be something that I look at because, when you look at your charts, it's going to be the lower priced homes. I don't know how to say this appropriately, but in individuals, and with all the hard times that we've had with COVID, many people are going to look at this as a tax. And I think that there's a lot of people that are used to paying what they're paying. So when we're looking to go to this hybrid system, the people, as it, like you said, it was like that 1.5% increase, which is nice. And it just looks like, any increase, we have to be cognizant of, can people afford to pay that in these times? So that's just something I was looking at. And that's what I think you're getting at when if staff be directed to develop an implementation plan in the point number 3 in your recommendation. And I was hoping that might include that, wherever you start, 20-80, 30-70, somewhere's anywhere's in there with some plan and let us know. So thank you very much for your report.
Thank you. And if I can just comment on that through you, Mayor Jordan. So absolutely, Councillor Ritchie, as I mentioned, there's a spectrum here. We kind of tried to carve that and present options, and we used the 50-50 because we felt like that kind of correlated to the way our expenditures worked, capital versus operating, and we felt that was a natural correlation. But if council wants to give us direction to ease that in over 4 years, right? Start with a 20-80 and move up to a 50-50 over 4 years. That could absolutely be done as well. We would take that direction and work with whatever council felt was, appropriate for the residents of Grimsby.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Melanie, I just would be interested with the impact on the farms. And as you mentioned, if they're not connected to the sewer currently, they're not impacted. And a number of farms, I'm assuming on the escarpment they have their own septics and they have cisterns in a lot of cases, or their own source of water delivery. And often they're very conservative in how they manage their crops using ponds on site, and their irrigation is directly from their ponds, depending on how the rainwater goes and the levels of those ponds are. So I'd just be interested in how many farms the impact would be to that are actually hooked up to the sewer and the water services from the town, because I would think it would be not a very large number of bona fide farms that would be within that group. So it just would be helpful, perhaps that can come back as well, just how many are within that group that would be directly impacted. Thank you.
Peter, you have a comment? You're muted.
The counselor is correct. It's a small number. There are only 15 farms that are in that farm category. It's very small. And I would suspect they're probably more greenhouse type farms than open crop type farms that are smaller footprint, growing inside.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to propose an amendment to the recommendation, and that it be said that on part 3, that council endorses for the 2023 tax year, scenario 2, hybrid levy and fee model, and that staff be directed to develop an implementation plan over 3 years. So just add over 3 years.
Just need a seconder for that.
And I'm also just curious if
Councilor
Melanie could, if Melanie could comment on that, if she thinks that's appropriate, or I don't want to make a change. I'm not as knowledgeable as you are, definitely. So do you think that's appropriate, or should it be less? Should it be a year? What would your recommendation maybe be?
Thank you, Councilor Ritchie. Through you, Mayor Jordan. I certainly think that that's what council is empowered to do, is to balance out the considerations. I think, we're acknowledging through moving towards some element of a fee, that's a framework that is appropriate for this type of service and for the town moving forward. But we can't just do that and not acknowledge impacts, right? So I think what you're trying to do with this recommendation and the intent of this is to minimize the impacts over a 3-year period. And I think that's a valid consideration. And again, once we put a framework in place and do all the work to be able to bill a fee, scaling the percentage is something that's very simplistic administratively for us to do. The only additional consideration I would add for council is by phasing it, it potentially means we're going to be talking about the impact of it for a much longer period of time, right? We're going to go through, some feedback, some communication plan, and in theory, launch that in 2023. There will certainly be some residents that will struggle with this and may not like it. We may have to answer questions. If we do that again for the next 3 years, it could just prolong, some of the residents that may not be happy with the model, and that they're seeing that continual impact year after year versus just having it done once and then accepting that and then having the stability from that point forward. But it's not to say, I think it's just a point I make to make sure that council understands that because the impacts will be for many different residents, that we will definitely staff as well as yourselves would have to field some questions on why we've made this change, why some people are seeing more, some people are seeing less. And by staggering that, you could extend the amount of time that we would be discussing this as a topic. But with that said, the impacts and trying to scale the impacts is certainly a reasonable consideration. And if council feels that's important for our community, I think it's a perfectly valid approach.
Councilor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I kind of get where Councilor Ritchie wants to go, or what his thoughts were to this, but I was just thinking, just as a report as it is, I do like that because you're looking at all the good work you're planning to do in 2022. And 2022 is an election year. So, and you don't know what's going to happen after the election. So I guess my thoughts are maybe the baby steps, one step at a time as you're proposing in the report. So I just wanted to, that's just my comments anyways. Thank you.
Councilor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I tend to agree with Councilor Cadwell on that note. And it'll be complicated. It'll be long drawn out. Yes, next year is an election year. So come after May, we'll be in a different situation. But also I'd like to see this go back out to the public and we move from that point. And I think that's the best way to go for now. And let's not try and complicate it. Thank you.
Well, we've seen staff's view, and staff's view is when you have something that's not set up right, rip the Band-Aid off quick. So we can either do the amendment. Councilor Ritchie, do you still want to do it, or do you want to vote on the original?
Yeah, I'm happy to pull the amendment at this time. I just thought that even if when they have public feedback, they might come back to us and say it might, recommendation might be to phase in over a couple of periods at that time. So when they have, if step 3 is done and they develop an implementation plan, maybe staff comes back and says it's easier due to public feedback to phase it in. So I think that's always a choice that we have. So I'm fine to pull the amendment at this time to remove it.
Okay, great. Melanie?
Thank you. And Councilor Ritchie, I've heard you loud and clear. And I think what we can easily do is when we present the scenario for feedback, we could talk about scaling a percentage and get some general perspective on those who might contribute if, that's really important to them or if it's not, and we could certainly bring that back. That's an easy element to add into our feedback conversation. So I think your point's well taken, and we'll do our best to try to understand that as we move forward.
Great. Again, thank you, Melanie, for both the report and the explanation, as you as well, Peter. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp, that report FIN 21-29 sewer levy review dated November 1st, 2021 be received for information, and the council endorse the 2022 taxation year scenario 1 modified status quo, and the council endorse the 2023 taxation year scenario 2 hybrid levy and fee model, and the staff be directed to develop an implementation plan, which includes seeking public feedback on this approach through public engagement and final communications to residents. All in favor? That's carried. Again, thank you very much, Melanie and Peter. Have a good evening. All right, now we're moving to number 9, Public Works, report 9.1A, report DPW 2127, amendment to bylaw 1682, parking prohibitions along Park Road North. Brandon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So the report being brought forward you for this evening is asking council to authorize changes to parking restrictions on Park Road, and that's between Main Street and Central Avenue. Appendix A to the report includes a map, which might be helpful for you to look at to familiarize yourself with the area. So the changes that are being recommended by staff are in support of a request which was made by a resident who lives on that particular section of roadway. Currently, parking is permitted on the east side of the road, the same side that the resident currently lives on. The resident is visually impaired and uses a guide dog to assist with their mobility. In the absence of a sidewalk, the dog is trained to walk along the edge of the roadway, but runs into difficulty if there's a parked car on that side of the road. Essentially, the dog won't guide its owner into the roadway because it's trained to stay away from traffic, essentially. Parking changes being proposed would move parked vehicles to the opposite side of the road, allowing the resident to walk from their home to Central Avenue along the east shoulder unobstructed. From there, they would be able to cross over to the west side of the road at the controlled intersection at Central and Park, four-way stop there. From there, they would be able to access the sidewalk to continue on with their travels. Once the bylaw is passed, staff will proceed with installing the necessary signage and informing the resident of the changes. And I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, just need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report DPW 21-27 amendment to bylaw 16-82 parking prohibitions along Park Road North dated November 1st, 2021 be received, and the proposed bylaw amendment as directed herein be approved by council. All in favor? That's carried. Moving to report 9.1B, report DPW 21-26 Strathern Avenue and Beverly Street traffic considerations. Brandon again.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So as some of you may remember, in February of last year, just prior to the pandemic, a delegation appeared before Public Works Committee to express concerns about traffic in the area of Strathern, Beverly, and William Street. Again, we provided a figure on page 2 of the report, shows the area that we're talking about. Residents' concerns focused mainly on the speed of traffic, traffic infiltration, or concerns that vehicles may be using the roadway as a what do you call it, shortcut between to avoid the intersection or the lights at the intersection of Nels and Main. And the other consideration was the inability for the children to play on the street due to traffic. Through the delegations, residents requested that town consider closing the intersection of Strathern and Main Street, essentially restricting vehicular traffic from entering or exiting the subdivision from this intersection. Public Works Committee subsequently the whole of council Public Works Committee and subsequently the whole of council directed staff to review the matter and provide a report back to them. Staff have now had an opportunity to review that area in detail and provide our findings in this report. So just to go over some of those findings, the traffic and speeds were monitored over a 20-day period, and various site visits were performed to monitor pedestrian and driver behavior. Results of the review are obviously detailed in the report, and I'd just like to highlight some of the findings. On the traffic volume side, so the amount of traffic that's going through the area, it was found to be very low. We identified it as less than 160 vehicles per day. In terms of the actual speeds, we've observed the speeds of the vehicles, again, being very low. The average speed was at around 35 kilometers per hour. And the 85th percentile speed was 44 kilometers per hour, meaning 85% of the traffic is driving at a speed of 44 kilometers or lower. And then the compliance rate, we saw in the 98 to 99% range, again, meaning that 98% of the vehicles on the streets were obeying the speed limit. Through the cut-through review, again, we felt this was low through our measurements. We had estimated it's around the 4 to 7%. I've said around 10% to be conservative. So from a traffic volume and speed perspective, it's fair to say that the road is operating safely. With respect to the request to close the intersection, there's a few factors that we wouldn't be able to support. Obviously, cost would be one consideration. Secondly, emergency access, as well as access for maintenance vehicles, snow plows, garbage trucks, et cetera, would be another. Essentially, by closing that intersection with Main Street, it'd be the only way to access that neighborhood would be off of Nels, which creates a bit of an issue there. Traffic and speeds, again, don't meet the traffic calming warrant, so we would suggest that, recommend or indicate that because the warrants aren't met, that the changes aren't required. We did provide a comment in the report that the area is absent of sidewalks. It is similar to many other areas in town with a semi-urban cross section, so a roadside ditches rather than curbs. And although sidewalks could be considered in the future, we would suggest this be evaluated and prioritize as there is large capital costs associated with installing new sidewalks, and there's long-term maintenance costs as well. So in conclusion, we're not recommending any changes to the traffic facilities in the area. That said, we will continue to monitor the conditions as part of our annual traffic program, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Great, thank you for your comments. Brandon, Councillor Cadwell.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Great report, Brandon, and lots of good data there too. I found the information you're giving us very good information with regards to that subdivision. Just a quick question, and under the emergency access where the fire department doesn't support it, I'm just curious, Brandon, and it's not a big deal. Were the police and EMS, were they also asked to comment on it too? I mean, if the fire department doesn't agree, then I'm sure for the same reasons would be the police and EMS, but were they involved in all? Just curious.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is we just reached out to the fire department and
Okay.
it's beyond that.
Yep, that's great. Thanks, Brad.
You're welcome.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. There. I keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Brandon, great work. I was party to that in the beginning. The one gentleman that took the lead in that neighborhood, didn't know how to first approach it, and he had reached out to me, and then came as a delegation and gone around the neighborhood to feel everybody out. And I guess they all had concerns, but the report is very thorough, very complete, and it says it the way it is. And I know that throughout the whole town, we get people concerned about speeding and traffic using alternate routes to avoid intersections like Main and Nellis, for example. But it is what it is, and we're just going to have to, I guess, learn to live with the fact that 2 tons of metal go up and down the street all the time, and it just isn't much we're going to do about it. So I'm really happy to see that. I would like to reach out to you after and just get the name of the gentleman again. So I'd like to reach out to him and make sure that he's had the opportunity to see the report and to understand what is, and that is that it's there isn't a high volume of traffic going through there. There's not a lot of speeding, and things are it's a pretty normal little neighborhood by the looks of it. So good work, and that was very thorough, and pass that on to all your staff that have participated in this. It's we really appreciate it when we bring something like this to you, and you take it seriously and make sure that you do a thorough research on it. It sure is good to be able to go back to residents and show them the accuracy of what you've been able to do. So that's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brandon, great report. Just had one question, and I'm not going to propose any changes or nothing, but I just am curious. Was there any look or thought put into making one of the streets, such as the entrance off of Main Street there onto, I forget, is that anyways, the entrance off Main Street there? Anyway, any thought put into from Main Street into Strathern Avenue? Look at making that a one-way street so that you could only enter it from Main Street. And if it was one way, then it would stop a lot of cars from trying to cut that light and so forth. I'm just curious.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we did look at a number of options, but I think when we go back to the data and we see that, it's, again, I've said verbally 10%, but it was more like 4% to 7% in terms of the cut through traffic. And, just the lack of amount of vehicles, I guess is the way to say it. We just didn't feel it warranted any significant changes there. So, I mean, we could explore a lot of things, but again, if it didn't meet the warrants, if we felt it was operating safely, then we just didn't feel it warranted any changes.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great, seeing no more questions or comments. Thank you for the report, Brandon. Just need a mover and seconder here. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report DPW 21-26 Strathern Avenue and Beverly Street traffic considerations dated November 1st, 2021 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to 9.2, the street naming policy. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. This notice of motion is just a follow-up to May Annabelle's request for the street name, the change to the street name, and I'm glad to see that council supported that moving forward. This is just to tidy up that and to have staff look at how we can implement or how we can draft a bylaw that would appropriately deal with this in future. So I just hope that council will support sending this to staff to have them look at how to come up with a policy. It will also help us at the Heritage Committee because we're often asked to come forward with names to provide for new developments, and they have to then get vetted by the region. So it just would help for all around. I think that we have a consistent policy in order to look at how to do this. Ottawa has one. Actually, there's quite a few municipalities that have them. I can give a list to staff if they want, but Ottawa seems to have a very progressive and substantial one that actually addresses administrative corrections, such as we were dealing with this situation with just a spelling error. So I think this is to move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I can understand what's happening with this motion. I guess I have some questions to staff in regards to this motion. One, or even Councillor Bothwell might be able to answer this. The first one is, how many times has renaming of a street come about? I don't think it happens very often. And if that being the case, I see that Councillor Bothwell has in her motion that this is reported back to council in Q1. Can staff accomplish this report by Q1? And it seems like we're putting a lot of importance on something to come back in Q1, maybe Q3, Q4 might be a better time frame. So I just curious what first, maybe Councillor Bothwell, how often this maybe even comes up. And the second question to staff in regards to, is it possible? And then third, is it really a priority for time?
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you again, Mayor Jordan. To clarify, it's to come up with a street naming policy, not just a renaming or correcting policy. We don't have a street naming policy. So right now, when a request for a subdivision comes in for a street name, we basically just get that request through Heritage. Heritage thinks about it, and we go to the archives, ask for some suggestions. We don't have a policy as to how street names are to be selected. And I think with all the issues that are currently going on right now with potential issues with street naming, it's really important that we tighten that up. So this policy is not just renaming or administrative corrections. It's actually to develop the first street naming policy, which we don't have, and many other municipalities do have one. Thank you. And I think it's important because we get asked all the time, whenever there's a new development, we're asked to come up with street names.
Brandon?
Yeah, so thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I would agree. I'm not saying that the policy isn't a good idea. I am a little concerned if there's a date put to, when it has to be implemented. If just to answer Councillor Ritchie's initial question with respect to how often we have to rename a street. Through my limited research, the last time I could find was in 2003 with respect to it was Carnegie Lane that we changed from Victoria Avenue, I believe. So it was in conjunction with the library, the changes that have had with the library. At the same time, I would agree with Councillor Bothwell that it does make sense to have a policy to describe how we name convention and how we name our streets. But again, I just a little bit concerned in terms of the time frame, whether it's an urgent matter. I would suggest maybe not. We have other priorities. So if council would be obliged to give us some leeway to pull the report together, the policy together, it would be appreciated.
Thank you. And so a follow-up question on that too, I guess, with even talking to Council Bothwell. Is it normal that I was just curious?
Just a clarification, I was on the Heritage Advisory Committee in 1997, and yes, it went to it then. As the Heritage was always consulted on naming throughout the municipality. I don't know whether it's a formalized process. That I don't know, but I certainly know that it was done as far back as 1997.
Yeah, and I can understand that if it's like a significant area or so forth, but I was just curious if it's normal practice. Because here it doesn't say anything about it going to Heritage, but it does talk about the Municipal Act, so I was just curious.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I've been on the Heritage Committee when these street naming processes have happened, and I would agree with Councillor Bothwell. There should be some kind of policy or framework, because you get lay people and they start scratching their heads. Well, how do we do this? What are we going to do? And what's the process? And it can be a little confusing for them. And it makes good sense. And of course, when we name streets, we want to look back in history to see what would be appropriate. So I think sending it off to the Heritage Committee, as the mayor has said, is an appropriate way to look at naming streets, to at least start the process, and then it ends up going back to the planning. And I think we should have a policy. Whether it has to happen in Q1, I don't see any urgency here either. I would agree with staff that they probably could use a little more time, but if we get the ball rolling, I think it will be the right thing to do. So I would support this street naming policy. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I don't think we should belittle this particular motion. I mean, I'm sure that this can't be that complicated. I'm sure that almost every municipality in Ontario or in Canada has a policy in place already. I'm sure it's almost a copy and paste situation. So I don't think that we should be throwing this out. And I think that Q1 is still very reasonable. I mean, let's face it, this is not rocket science we're trying to do here. We're just trying to put together a simple policy for naming streets. Come on. This is not rocket science. Let's move on with this. This is just silly talk.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I support the street naming policy. I don't see, again, it's, I would like to see council give staff a little leeway, because we're also going to be into our budget time too in Q1. So there's a lot of things going on. So I'll support the policy itself, but have it done in Q1. If it could be done, that'd be great. Maybe it would be, but I'm not supporting the wording that it has to be in Q1. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
I'm willing to amend the motion to read Q2, if possible.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding is that the wording has been changed to Q2 if possible, because I mean, when I look at policies, they're not willy-nilly. A lot of thought needs to be put into them to make sure we've done it right, or we're there again and again and again. So if it says Q2 if possible, I definitely would support it.
All right, great. We have a mover and seconder. I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, seconded by Councillor Frake. Whereas Public Works Report DPW 21-25 dated October 18th, 2021 and titled Proposed Street Name Change, Sobey Road to Sobey Road, BYE, states that the town does not have a formal policy or process for street renaming, and whereas there is no resulting procedure to correct an administrative error or oversight with respect to a street name, and whereas the absence of a formal policy has historically resulted in ad hoc or inconsistent policy on matters respecting street naming and administrative corrections, whereas the Municipal Act is silent on this matter, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to research the street naming policies and best practice report back to council in Q2 2022 if possible, with a draft policy and bylaw for consideration. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstone,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving to number 12, correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the following correspondent items be received. Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing enhanced COVID-19 vaccine certificate with QR code and Verify Ontario app. Regional Report PDS 37-2021 Regional Incentives, Information and Alternatives. Regional Report PDS 31-2021 regarding Niagara Regional Incentives Policy. City of St. Catharines correspondence respecting EDC 1-2021 Comprehensive Marine Strategy. City of St. Catharines recommendations for National Summit on Islamophobia. All in favor? That's carried. All right, our next meeting of Committee of the Whole is scheduled for November 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. We'll see you back for council at 8:30. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Council of Town of Grimsby for Monday, November 1st, 2021 to order. Can everyone rise to the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Haudenosaunee, Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just don't know if this is the proper time. I have a notice of motion on the agenda that I'd like to look at suspending the rules of the procedural bylaw to have it heard this evening. It has been amended and the clerk has an amendment to it. So I'm just not too sure on the process to ask that it be considered this evening. Thank you. The amendment that I gave her.
Okay. All right, we'll take that under consideration during the number 12, the notice of motion portion of the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for adoption of the agenda or approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Bothwell. Seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake, resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of November 1st, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Moving to number 6, adoption of previous minutes. Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Dunstall, you're muted.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I wanted to lift something under Committee of the Whole minutes.
Okay.
If I could do that now.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be CW-21-314, the report FIN 21-27 reserve rationalization policy and strategy. If I could lift that.
All right, that's noted.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan. I too would like to lift an item from Committee of the Whole, October 18th, 2021. And I want to lift 13D, which is CW 21-315.
Okay, that's so noted. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to lift the item CW 21-323. That's the firearms bylaw.
All right, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Cadwell, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor Jordan. I'm good. Councillor Sharp, I'm in favor of what he wants to lift. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right, so we need to a mover and seconder to pass CW 21-314 for separate consideration. Mover, Councillor Dunstall. Seconder, Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that resolution number CW 21-314 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of October 18th, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, so now we can, that's been lifted, so discussion.
Councillor Dunstall's got his hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Dunstall, go ahead.
I don't think you can see me on the screen all the time.
I thought you were ready to speak. I'm sorry.
You know, that's okay. I was just trying to be polite. I'm not always that way, so I'm learning. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I was really impressed with Melanie's report on this. It made a lot of good sense. She's reduced the number of reserves, kind of cleaned it up, tidied it up. I just feel she's done a lot of good work on it, and I'm supporting it. So I would like to, I'd like to see us vote in favor of this at this point in time. It's a good report. Maybe staff would like to address it again. I see there's Melanie there. Yeah. Could we hear from Melanie? Just to refresh our memories on this reserve rationalization policy and strategy.
We can hear from Councillor Bothwell, then we'll hear from Melanie.
Thank you.
That'll work.
Yeah, good.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I did have a discussion with Melanie regarding this reserve fund study again this past week. That there were still my concerns about the internal loans and transfers, and I believe she was willing to work with that and come up with some amended language. So I would be interested to hear if that what that amended language is, and that we look at perhaps an amendment to the recommendation of the motion to include the amended language that she proposed to me. So I'll let her speak to that, but I feel that it answers some of the questions and concerns that I had previously.
Melanie, go ahead.
Thank you through you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Councillor Bothwell, for bringing that up. I think obviously this work is very important, so I'm very happy to hear that we're considering some tweaks and finding a way to move it forward. To Councillor Bothwell's point, when we chatted earlier this week, I think there were some language tweaks to the interloans and transfer section that I think provide additional clarity and are very easy for us to include, and certainly meet the intent of what we were trying to achieve with that section anyways. So really what we're proposing, and I can certainly share this with the clerk, is 3 additions to that section. So in the interloans and transfer section, we would add that the loans need to be authorized by council. We would add that they need to be a documented plan on how the reserve will be replenished. So just adding the word documented in there to make sure that it's clear that we need to lay that out. And the third language addition for clarity is that it be done in a reasonable time frame. So that that whatever we document, that we're required to put some time frame around it, so that we can't just leave it open-ended, and that it would potentially take us 50 years to repay it. That we want to have a reasonable time frame for repayments of any transfers or loans. I think that those 3 language pieces are very easily incorporated into that section. Add the clarity that I think Councillor Bothwell is looking for, and I would consider those. If we want to put it as an amendment, we can certainly do that. I would consider those also, friendly suggestions that we could easily incorporate into the final version. So however council wants to proceed, I can send those 3 language additions authorized by council, documented and in a reasonable time frame to the clerk, and we could certainly incorporate that into that section.
Councillor Bothwell.
I think, yeah, if the clerk can just amend the motion then that we're going to be reading that just says that with that language be included, so as amended.
Councillor Frank.
I think that those are very reasonable revisions, and I would support that. So I'll second that motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. If Melanie's fine with the revisions, I have no issues. I was fine with it the way it was before. But I just had a couple questions. Have we ever had a policy like this before in the town of Grimsby? And what would you say are the benefits of this policy as a town?
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Through you, Mayor Jordan. We did some research and I worked with the clerk to search to see if we do have any policy. We could not find an approved policy for council. So as far as we're concerned, there is no approved policy either by council or by senior staff administratively. This absolutely is foundational. I have not worked in a municipality or engaged with one that doesn't have some version. Some are more simplistic, some are more elaborate, but that doesn't have some kind of guiding principles established in a policy. Reserves are a very important mechanism in how we fund and pay for programs. Between reserves, taxation, and debt, those are really our options. So I think it's really important that we have a framework to outline this, and I would consider it very foundational to have something in place. And the last, comment I would make there is I obviously feel very passionate about this work, and I think it's really important not only for council and for the public to know that this policy is in place and how we're operating, but I think it's really important for staff. One of council's strategic priorities is accountability and transparency. And it does talk about role clarity in the initiatives under that strategic priority. And, we've had change in staff, and I think outlining the definition for each of the reserves, how they're intended to be used, allowing us to take that guidance and incorporate it into budgets to make strategic recommendations is paramount. I feel very strongly that this work is foundational, and as well as establishes us with a framework that allows us to be strategic going forward. And to have nothing in place really does leave staff in limbo in not being able to move the town forward in the strategic direction.
So I hear that it It's a fundamental, basically a foundation for what we're moving for. And again, another first for our town. So thank you very much for the work.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions and comments, just finishing with the amendments. So we just need a mover and seconder for the amended resolution. Councillor Frake moved, Councillor Bothwell second. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that resolution CW 21-314 be amended to read, resolved that that report FIN 21-727 Reserve Strategy and Policy dated October 18th, 2021 be received, and that the existing reserve and reserve funds be rationalized into the updated reserve and reserve funds as outlined in Appendix A, subject to recommendation number 5 related to the library related reserves, and that the purpose and target for each remaining reserve and reserve fund as outlined in Appendix B be approved subject to recommendation number 5 related to the library related reserves, and that the draft reserve and reserve fund policy as outlined in Appendix C be approved, and that council endorse recommendations with Appendix A and B as they relate to the library reserves, and that staff be directed to seek approval from the Grimsby Public Library Board, and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to implement the reserve and reserve fund direction in this report and repeal any historical bylaws and directions, and that the policy be updated to include internal loans transfers, for internal loans transfers to be temporary in nature and authorized by council, and intra-fund lending to be accomplished by allowing the reserve or reserve fund to go into a deficit position with a documented plan and established target in a reasonable time frame. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Catwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, CW 21-323. Need a mover and seconder to vote on lifting it.
Point of clarity, could you tell us what we're lifting here?
Oh, sorry, CW 21-315.
Thank you. I'll move it.
And seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that resolution number CW 21-315 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of October 18th, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. All in favor?
A recorded vote, please, Mayor.
All right. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Bothwell.
Mayor Jordan, was it 31325 or 23? I heard 5.
This is the
315.
This is the vaccination
Oh,
policy.
315. Sorry,
Right.
I'm on the wrong page. Sorry about that.
Just to clarify, is this the vaccination policy for council members?
Yes. Yes.
It is.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, it is.
Councillor Bothwell, Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
Counselor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So as we all are now aware that we've passed a staff policy. I think it's appropriate that this policy also mirror the staff policy. So I'd like to make an amendment to the resolution and have it therefore be resolved that members of council provide proof of COVID-19 vaccination, a negative rapid antigen or equivalent from a maximum of 86 hours before the start time of attending in-person meetings to the clerk, and that the public be required to do the same upon entry for in-person meetings until January 17th, 2022.
I'll second that.
Counselor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I do like the idea of it being mirrored to the staff policy, but with the time frame, what if we have to call a special council meeting, an emergency council meeting? How will that affect the time frame to prove the testing? That's all. I'm just, I'm just have a bit of concern to that, how that can be worked out. Are some of these tests, can they be done like within a very, very short time frame? I apologize. I know a little bit about the COVID, but there's so much to it that we're learning every day. But anyways, somebody could help me out there. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I can give you some clarification. The rapid testing, although it can be done quickly, it's only anywhere from 55 to 75% accurate. I'll just leave it at that. Counselor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just have a concern that we may be stepping outside of the provincial directive on what is required for meetings. And I believe that instruction is that meeting spaces do require proof of vaccination. So I just, maybe the CAO can speak to this. I just wonder if the motion that's being put forward goes against what the public health directive is for meeting spaces. If the CAO could speak to that, I'd appreciate it. And thank you.
CAO.
Thank you, Mayor, to the councillor. Again, council can determine the appropriate policy for council members. Some situations that municipalities don't have a policy for council and they're attending live. So I do believe council can override that.
Thanks. It's just that this wording does say that committee members and the public be required as well to show proof. So I just wondered if there's I am hearing that if Councillor Ritchie is looking at separating this into two motions, one specifically for council and one for other members of the public, just because it does refer to members of the public here.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not looking to separate this into two separate motions. The original motion was for both the public and for council. Just like any meeting space, whether it's a hockey game or anything like that, it is what it is, and we do have the right to do it. And I think it's appropriate that what's good for one is good for all. We see it far too often that we don't put the same standards in place for staff, and I think it's a good policy to look forward. As far as Councillor Cadwell does, the antigen testing is done all over the place. This is what you would need to fly. If you went to Pearson Airport at this time, you could do the rapid testing, and by the time you hop on the little train and get to your terminal, the testing is completed and you actually would have your results. So the longest it takes is about 15 minutes. So if it's available to us, which I believe it would be, my understanding that the town has secured or would be looking to secure some rapid tests. And if we were to call a special meeting, it may involve anybody who doesn't want to show proof of vaccination to come in, do a test. And if you are negative, you're good to go for the meeting. And it would literally take about 15 minutes of your time.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. I just maybe a point of clarification. I'm just wondering if you're speaking here as Councillor Ritchie or Union Rep Ritchie.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. That is
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very inappropriate.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, Mayor Jordan, I think that was uncalled for, but thanks for withdrawing. So we're looking at there's a policy here set by, I shouldn't say policy, there's a mandate or a regulation or something set by the province of Ontario. And we're setting another policy on top of that. We're layering these policies. And so I would suggest we don't need members of the public in here at all. And I think maybe it slipped through before. We are mandating that members of the public are not allowed to come to town hall. All right, there is in Grimsby, we got, and this was on August, end of August, but there was at least 20%. In some age groups, 30 and 33%.
Just a clarification, Councillor Sharp, and I'm going to interrupt you right there, but
no, don't interrupt me.
We were
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I don't want you to interrupt me.
Councillor Sharp,
let me finish, please.
I'm going to clarify
Mayor Jordan,
right
I want to finish, please.
Councillor Sharp,
please
I'm going to clarify.
Please let me finish, Mayor Jordan.
You're incorrect.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. Point of order.
You're incorrect, Councillor Sharp.
Point of order. You're debating. You're not allowed to debate.
I'm not debating. I'm merely stating a fact that
you're telling me that I'm incorrect. Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
We want people to come to town hall.
Mayor Jordan, please let me finish.
We want people to state their vaccination.
Excuse me, Mayor Jordan. Please let me finish.
Stated. But it's not.
Excuse me, Mayor Jordan. Please let me finish. If you want to leave the chair, you can participate.
I'm merely correcting you.
Mayor Jordan, please let me finish. So I think maybe we didn't realize, excuse me, Mayor Jordan. If the clerk is timing this, could I have my time back for that where the mayor interjected? But so, I mean, at first we thought about this, or at least I did think about this as a council policy. But it was for council and members of public, and it layers another policy on top of the province's policies. And so there's a policy by the province, and the province has bureaucrats and people that have some expertise in public health and policy making. They're lawmakers. We make bylaws. We make, we do manage the cemeteries. We have some clerks, and we have people who do roads and grass cutting and snow plowing. That's kind of our expertise. And so we're layering this policy on top of another policy, and then we're gonna come back and revisit it. And so I don't think it's appropriate. I think that we need to remove the members of the public completely, right? If the province allows them, the province allows them. Who is the town of Grimsby? Who is this council to say, sorry, we don't want people to be here unless they prove something to us, right? And there's an answer to that question. We are not in any place to tell the members of the public when they can and can't, or what they need to show to come to town hall. So we don't put a policy on like that. What we can do is we can pass a policy for council, and then we can let the province take care of members of the public. And then we can enforce the provincial policy, right? Same as we do at the arena, same as we do at anywhere else. So when Mayor Jordan interrupted me there to correct and give his opinion over mine, that's not appropriate, because what I'm saying here is that there's already a provincial regulation. There's already some kind of mandate created by the province. And so we're going to make this policy that says council has to have proof of this, which we layer on top of that. And then we're going to try and catch up to them by January 17th or whichever date if they change it. But it's redundant. Why do that? And so I'm not in favor of this, period. And I think we should defeat this entire motion, and we should go with only the provincial regulation. The province sets regulations. We follow that. We don't need to overburden all the people in the town of Grimsby and the residents and the people we represent with with additional policy over and above. Like, so I'm going to vote against this. And I think we should defeat the entire motion. And this is covered by the province's regulations. Thank you.
Councilor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. We have spent huge amount of time talking about COVID policies. At the last council meeting, we discussed this at great length and in great detail. And there was a vote of 6-8. And the two councillors who voted against it, of course, is Ritchie and Sharp, which is typical. They do not want, because they're totally—
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Let me speak.
I've called the point of
This is-
order.
you
It's
are
for the
not the
mayor, not
chair.
for you to address.
I'm not the chair.
You know what? You're putting words, assuming how we act and how we think. It is
Yes, how
offside.
we act and how we think is what the public
Okay.
sees and hears. And
I don't care what your
responsibility
opinion
to the
is.
public.
Councilor
I
Ritchie.
do
We
not
have a
care what your opinion
responsibility
is.
Councilor
to the
Ritchie, your
public.
point of order has been denied. So
Yeah, I figured that because it's probably a union
We
thing.
have a
Isn't it?
responsibility to the public, and the public wants to come back to town council and come into the town hall and see us sitting in our
And
chairs.
that has nothing to do with what
debating like
Councilor
we're
Sharp
supposed to
said
do.
or any of us have said.
Councilor Ritchie,
So
that's your first
if we
warning.
don't get this through tonight, I would blame the other councilors who voted for it last time, and I voted
Point
against
of
it.
order, Mayor Jordan.
Okay, so I have no more to say. I think I've said it all, and I think the public you'll have to go
Point
to
of
the public
order.
to find out how they feel. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Again, I believe those comments are very offside. But to Councilor Sharp's point, I do agree that maybe the public is already mandated. And I'd like to remove part of the motion there and remove the section that says, and the public be required to do the same upon entry for in-person meetings. So remove that part. So the motion would be members of council provide proof of COVID-19 vaccination, a negative rapid antigen or equivalent from a maximum of 86 hours before the start of attending an in-person meeting to the clerk until January 17th, 2022.
Councilor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a question of understanding. If the public were to enter for in-person meetings, if they want to go to the arena, they have to provide vaccination proof and identification, and they have to answer some questions as regards to their health. Could that not be the same scenario if the public were to come into, I'm going to use the example as town hall when we get back to town hall? Could that not work the same?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Ritchie.
Sorry, and just a point of clarity, that's why I removed that thing, because I believe that's where it would fall into place. It would be regulated by the provincial government.
So councilors and public should be forced to provide vaccination status. That makes total sense.
It's with my motion, exactly.
Can I second? Is that motion seconded, or is this a motion on the floor? Can we put it on the floor? I'll second it.
It's on the floor.
And just further some information, I'm not debating it. The
I mean,
region
the
passed
amendment.
it. The region passed it 29-2.
That's great. Thank you.
So I'm in the amendment.
Councilor Ritchie?
Can we put the amendment on the floor?
Councilor Ritchie, you're going to have to stop interrupting. Councilor Sharp, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. If Councilor Ritchie's amendment is on the floor, I'd like to second it. And if you could read it, Councilor Ritchie.
Moved by Councilor Ritchie, seconded by
Mayor Jordan.
Councilor Sharp. Resolved that resolution CW 21-315 be amended to read, whereas members of the council are not considered an employee of the municipal corporation, whereas members of council would not be considered staff under COVID-19 vaccination status administrative directive, and whereas council chambers is deemed a workplace, and whereas staff and all patrons' health and safety must be protected in the workplace, and whereas in-person meetings in the council chamber is deemed as a working in a workplace and an indoor meeting space, and whereas council committee and public have the option to attend meetings virtually, Therefore, be it resolved that members of council provide proof of COVID vaccination or negative antigen testing 86 hours prior to in-person meeting to the clerk. Until January 17th, 2022.
Clarity, Mayor Jordan. I also added or equivalent, which would also should include a PCR test.
Okay, or equivalent has been added. Yeah. All right, recorded vote.
Just one,
Councillor Sharp, go ahead. Councillor Sharp, you're muted.
did we remove the members of the public?
Yeah. The clerk's going to read the last paragraph.
Okay.
Therefore, be resolved that members of committee and council provide proof of COVID-19 vaccination or negative antigen testing or equivalent 86 hours prior to in-person meeting to the clerk to attend in-person to the clerk until January 17, 2022.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frey,
No.
Councillor Cowell,
No.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's defeated.
So point of clarity, we now have to pass the original motion because it was lifted, correct?
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Whereas members of council are not considered an employee of the municipal corporation, and whereas members of council would not be considered as staff under COVID-19 vaccination status administrative directive, and whereas council chambers is deemed a workplace, and whereas staff and all patrons' health and safety must be protected in the workplace, and whereas in-person meetings in the council chamber is deemed as working in a workplace and an indoor meeting space, and whereas council, committee, and public have the option to attend meetings virtually, therefore be it resolved that members of councils provide proof of COVID-19 vaccination to attend in-person meetings to the clerk, and that committee members and public be required to show proof of vaccination upon entry for in-person meetings as long as public health vaccination recommendations in public spaces remain in place. Recorded vote. I just did them.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes,
is there discussion?
go ahead.
Thank you. So this motion, I think I'm going to vote to defeat this motion. And then I believe that would revert us back to the provincial policy or the provincial regulation. So if a vote no for this ends us at the provincial regulation, and there was a reasonable amendment that we just defeated. And I think that a vote no for this is the right thing to do. And where it lands us is in the regulation set by the province. So I'm going to vote no to this, and then we can let the province make the regulations.
Can I ask a question here?
Yes, Councillor Bothwell, go ahead.
Thank you. So as Councillor Sharp says, he just wants to let the province make the regulations. Is that meaning then that if this is defeated, because it's deemed a workplace and a meeting space, if anyone comes into the building to attend a meeting or a council meeting, they are required to be vaccinated? Is that correct?
That's how I interpret it.
So that will mean that where a councillor does not provide that evidence upon entry, that they would not be permitted to attend in-person council meetings, correct?
CAO, would you like to clarify that, please?
That is my interpretation of the provincial direction.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp?
Who makes a final decision on this? I don't interpret it the same way. So members of council aren't members of the public. Like, we have an email address from the town. We're paid by the town. We are issued a computer by the town. We sit in a seat at the bench. And so I would suggest that we are not members of the public when we're there in our capacity as councillors. I've talked to the clerk a little bit about this, and she said that under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, we are considered workers. All right, as far as the employer-worker relationship. And so I would argue that we are not members of the public, and we may not be employees of the town, but we're not members of the public when we're there in our capacity as councillors. And I think that the argument is stronger that that our relationship to the town is that of a worker-employer relationship more than a member of the public relationship. And so I wonder who makes the final decision on that interpretation. I don't think it's the mayor.
Yeah.
It'll be the province.
Mayor, I'm not going to comment. I'm not qualified for that. Just,
Yeah, I think
you'd
we
have
just
to
need
bring a lawyer in and,
Yep. The resolution's on the floor, so we'll just vote. Councillor Frake, sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
It's okay. I'll take it down.
All right. The resolution's been read, a recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
This is on the original motions, right? Correct?
Yes.
Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
I'm a no.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's defeated.
So I guess we're employees.
Voter Mayor Jordan. Again, that side's off comment, or that comment's offside.
All right, need a mover and seconder to for CW 21-323. Was lifted by Councillor Sharp. Councillor Sharp is the mover. Seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that resolution number CW 21-323 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of October 18, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jordan. I wanted to speak on this. If somebody else didn't lift it, I was going to. What we essentially did last week was we turned down a bylaw, which was brought to us in the first place because somebody was shooting their bows in town in an urban area. So here we are. We turned down the changes and the recommendations and went right back to where we started at square one, which means people can put their bows anywhere in the town of Grimsby. After we did all kinds of public consultation, after the amount of work that was put into it, I couldn't believe that that's what ended up happening at the last meeting. So when we look today,
Yeah, I'd like Henry to clarify that, please. Henry.
Well, it
go
goes
ahead.
back to the original. I have the floor, but you can ask him to clarify. It goes back to the original bylaw of 1975, which there was people are using crossbows in their backyard in town because it was allowed. And that's why we are where we are. And that's why we asked for this whole process to happen, the public consultation and so forth. So
Henry, can you clarify that,
excuse
please?
me, Mayor Jordan? Okay. Yes. Henry, would you like to clarify, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The current 1976 bylaw did not speak to bows at that time. So we would revert back to that, but I will finish my comment there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Ritchie.
So yes, we would allow bows all through town. So now we've gone through public consultation. And yes, it is, Councillor Bothwell. I see you shaking your head, but that was the 1976 bylaw. That's what was allowed. So here we are, and we've put restrictions in place. Well, we haven't yet, but we have a proposed bylaw that would put restrictions in place. And I think it's very reasonable and very responsible. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I tend to disagree with that. I think that we are still have a bylaw that is allowing a huge part of the urban area below the escarpment to use bows. And that was the whole point. We're trying to make this a little more restrictive. So, I mean, right now, the way that the bylaw is shaped is that someone along Main Street could be using a bow. That's the only thing I think we wanted to change on there was anything above the escarpment, but below the escarpment, no. And I would support that. And I think that's very reasonable. I think it's reasonable for us for safety reasons as well. I mean, so why don't we just go along with that? I don't understand why we're still including the urban area. So if we take out that part, I have no trouble with supporting it. I just don't think that crossbows and guns should be allowed below the escarpment in the urban areas and in the residential areas, which is what the yellow piece tells us. It's pretty obvious, and I don't think that residents in town would be happy with that either. So I can't approve. I can't vote in favor of this. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. And I think as Henry mentioned, the 76 bylaw, and I think he might be able to clarify the definition of firearm at that point was firearms were prohibited in all of Grimsby. And the definition of firearm at that time didn't have a specific definition for bows. So that in essence prohibited anything that would be treated as a firearm under the definition, provincial definition. So no, I think Councillor Ritchie is a little bit off on that. What my reasons for turning down the last iteration that was brought forward was because of the risk with the buffer of the 100 meters from a home or a residence or a dwelling north of the escarpment within the urban boundary. And I had a really, really sincere issue with the yellow bordering area permitting bow hunting along Main Street, Casablanca, and in residential areas. Removing that, I would have been fine with. I was very clear that just removing bow hunting from below the escarpment would not be a problem. I understand that Grimsby Tackle has bows and that there is a need perhaps for bow hunters to test their equipment. So what I would suggest is I would be amenable to having the bylaw brought back forward with an amendment to provide for an exemption for that particular address for as long as Grimsby Tackle operates, to provide that opportunity for bow hunters to use that as testing, provided it meets all safety and regulatory issues. So if Henry's able to do that, I would be prepared to put that in the language, but I am not prepared to allow bow hunting in the yellow area below the escarpment. And that's the only thing. Other than that, I had no problem with gun hunting and all the other restrictions that were in there and the opportunities for hunters that were in there. So it's unfortunate that I didn't get the support to just remove bow hunting. And now I'm saying, let's do that. If we can bring that motion back again, to remove bow hunting from the yellow area, make it prohibited, but allow an exemption for Grimsby tackle for the purposes of sale of that type of equipment. So if the clerk can look at that, if we're going to be reviewing this motion again, I'd like that amendment brought forward again for vote again. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Got some thoughts here, an amendment I'd like to bring forward too. That I was in to see staff, had a great conversation with Henry and Mr. Nickerson, Paul Nickerson, with regards to our bylaws and that. Also had some conversation with some hunters that live up on the ridge there who watched our meeting. And the bylaw does reference back to 1976. One of the gentlemen spoke had some words with Brian McCrae, who we're all very familiar with. And anyways, what I would like to propose as an amendment, because a lot of work's been put into this. I would like that I've got the map right here. Maybe Henry or Mr. Nickerson can. I don't see Paul there, but Henry, if you're able to maybe put a map up for everybody to see, that would be great if that's available.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to go into screen sharing and show the previous map.
Thank you.
How's that for everybody else?
Yeah, thanks very much. And for the public that's watching too, Henry, thank you. I would like to propose amendment that the yellow is only from west of Casablanca on the south side of Main Street West. So it continues, the line continues, as you can see. Oh, I was going to point to that map, but the line continues as it does in a lot of the area on the south side of Main Street West. So therefore, the north side, which shows that little red section between Casablanca and I think that's looks like Hunter Road, I believe, or Oaks Road. It's hard to tell, but anyways, yeah, that we just have the yellow only on the south side of Main Street West, and also in the yellow under the hunting area ledger here, it says permitted bow and prohibited firearm area. So there are no firearms allowed in the yellow area at all. So which I do support that. The bows I don't have a problem with. After all the public consultation and all that, and from the hunters and the
point of clarification, Mr. Mayor. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Cadwell, but the way I'm interpreting the yellow says permitted bow and prohibited firearm area. So I'm interpreting that as they're both allowed. Sorry, just for clarification purposes, I just want to clarify that, please.
Yeah, but okay, go ahead. Maybe Henry can help us out there, Councillor. That's fine. Great, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the yellow zone would be a permitted bow area and a prohibited firearm area. So firearms would include shotguns, rifles of that nature, and bows would be considered a longbow or crossbow.
And prohibited. Okay, I got the word prohibited, meaning they weren't allowed. So prohibited they are. Okay, yeah. All right. Thanks for the clarification.
Just a clarification on the clarification. Prohibited means that they're not allowed. Permitted means allowed.
In my world, a prohibited firearm is a handgun, for example. Certain weapons.
Councillor Bain, a prohibited firearm is different than prohibited hunting.
Okay, but it says prohibited firearm, not prohibited hunting. That's all I'm concerned about. I just want a clarification. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just saying that in my world, in the federal world, it's prohibited firearm is a prohibited firearm, period.
So Henry, again, just for clarification, and I apologize. So what is in the yellow? How is that referenced?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as per this proposed bylaw, the yellow zone would allow for bow hunting and not allow for hunting using a firearm. I do see Councillor Main's concern with the definition of a prohibited firearm. But as per this bylaw, the prohibited area means not allowed. Thank you.
Okay, so that means no guns in the yellow.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So again, just to go back to the west side of Casablanca, if I can make an amendment, if I get some support, that just on the south side of.
Point of clarification, Mayor, my amendment is on the floor first. I asked that.
Yes, your amendment is first.
Point of clarity.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. I'll second it. Councillor Cadwell's. Councillor Bothwell did not have a seconder.
I wasn't asked for, I can ask for a seconder. I didn't have that opportunity.
I just seconded Councillor Cadwell's. It's on.
Well, procedurally, I'm overruling and Councillor Bothwell's motion was first clearly.
Point of order,
Councillor
Mayor Jordan, I
Frank was
challenge your
seconded.
decision.
Go ahead.
Challenge your decision.
Go ahead.
Procedurally,
I know
Councillor
we have to
Bothwell
vote
did not
on
have
it.
a seconder. You did not ask for it. You did not
I
vote properly.
asked the clerk to draft it.
It does not matter, Councillor Bothwell. You did not have a seconder. It goes by procedure. Councillor Cadwell has a motion on the floor. I seconded it.
We're gonna get a ruling from the clerk just so your procedure is followed.
It's not my procedure, it's our procedure.
Councillor Frank said he was the seconder on the first motion, so we did have a mover and seconder.
That is correct.
I withdraw my statements. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Bothwell, the clerk would like your motion clarified a bit.
So it's basically, clerk, the same language in CW 21-322, other than it permits the business located at whatever the street address is for Grimsby Tackle to be an exemption under, and I think I'm just looking at the section within the bylaw. I would think it would be under the same section as where D&D is classed as an exemption. And Henry might need to help me with this. So under 4.0, C.
Grimsby Tackle's in the red area.
I understand. So I'm willing to put it as this bylaw does not apply to as an exemption under section 4.1C. Any person while lawfully discharging a firearm at a rod and gun club, archery club, skeet club, or shooting range, which is operating in compliance with all federal and provincial legislation. So I would say that or business which business selling or retailing bows. I don't know, Henry, you might have to help me with this in order to see if there's a way to put an exemption for that particular property into 4.1C. As long as it's operating in compliance with all federal and provincial legislation and safety, proper safety precautions.
sorry about that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be something that we could work out under the exemptions.
So that would just be the clerk. The only addition would be that an exemption be provided under 4.1C for the business operating as Grimsby Tackle.
All right, the amendment we have is moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report BYL 21-09, proposed firearms and bows discharge bylaw dated October 4th, 2021 be received, and the draft firearms and bows discharge bylaw attached as Appendix A be forwarded to council for consideration. Amend that section 4.1C include businesses relating to, exemption to businesses relating to bows. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So we've taken about a year to go through this, and we've made this mapping through consultation with the community and with stakeholders and with other municipalities' bylaws and with our bylaw department. And in the 11th hour, we make this amendment to change. And so about a year ago, we made a really quick and rash decision on our 1976 bylaw, and we changed it to where we didn't allow pellet guns, paintball guns, like bows anywhere in the town of Grimsby. We have since rescinded that bylaw. We did that at one meeting. We just picked up and said, hey, guess what? Guns are dangerous. Let's do everything we can to protect everyone. And we prohibited paintball guns and pellet guns and slingshots across the entire municipality. And sure, so it fits in when you say, listen, safety first, right? Safety first. We could park all vehicles. We could reduce the amount of fats we eat. We could do all sorts of things. I don't want to get too off topic, but like this mapping has been made through consultation with the community. We've talked to the farmers. We've talked to the wildlife management folks. We've talked to the hunters who are very much in line with the wildlife management folks. And this is what our bylaw department came up with. Right? And this is, we've discussed this. I've talked to countless, I went to all the public open houses and all the public meetings, and I talked to people on the phone. I talked to people by email. People are sending me text messages, like that, people that are invested in this. And so it sounds to me like there's also a 100-meter distance between a residence. That's like 330 feet. Like my whole street, I don't know if you can shoot a bow 330 feet. Also, people who are shooting these bows for purpose of hunting are trying to shoot them at animals. I think it's deer, and they're not hunting out where there's people because the deer aren't there. It's like, it's so counterintuitive. Like, you don't head into like the middle of a park, and I mean maybe in the middle of Algonquin Park, but not like in Grimsby in the backyard and say, hey, I'm just gonna like start firing bow and arrow around, hope I catch a deer. It just doesn't happen. So so these guys are quietly sitting in a tree stand. Like they've gone before, months before. They've set up a little stand and a ladder in a tree. They're sitting quietly. They're shooting down at the ground, right, on a downward angle. So it doesn't just fly off into space. This is not an anti-gravity zone, like where arrows just continue traveling until Newton's first law. Like, but so this change, it's counter to our entire year of consulting, and so I won't support the change to the mapping. I will support an amendment because Grimsby Tackle is not in the yellow area. Grimsby Tackle is in the red area. If you are looking at the same map I'm looking at, this line where the yellow kind of comes down and jogs over, that's the red goes down furthest at Klein Mountain Road. And then just east of that, where the line goes up towards the train tracks, that's Oaks Road. And then along Highway 8 here, you're looking at, it used to be a coffee shop called George's. That was next door. Now it's all Grimsby Tackle. And it's in the red area, not the yellow area. So I think that there should be an amendment allowing Grimsby Tackle on the original map from the bylaw recommended by staff. So I know we have an amendment on the floor, and I'm going to vote no to it. And then I think that we should make an amendment to approve the map as submitted by town staff through public consultation. And I think that we should allow an exception for Grimsby Tackle for the purpose of their business. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just very quickly, Councillor Sharp was very quick to mention every single category of people that want to have guns and crossbows. Hunters want to have guns and crossbows. Farmers want to have guns and crossbows. But if you speak to the residents that border those yellow areas, I'm sure you'll get a different opinion. I certainly wouldn't want to be living adjacent to those yellow areas if someone's got a gun or a crossbow, especially if I had kids. I don't know how you can justify that. I just say the yellow area is a very dangerous area. It is a residential area, and that should not be a place where we should allow those types of weapons. And that's what they are. They are potential weapons, whether you like it or not. Councillor Sharp, I can see you talking. Please, I'm talking now. But the thing is, let's be reasonable about this. The residential area, we shouldn't be endorsing these types of guns and crossbows. So it's I don't know how I can justify that. It's just plain simple logic in my eyes. I won't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. So like I said, when we turned this down, the red area then became a yellow area because that's what happened when we go back to 1976. Thanks.
Yes, and if Grimsby Tackle could be left out by mistake, maybe there's more. So moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that resolution CW 21-323 be amended to read, resolved that report BYL 21-09 proposed firearms and bows discharge bylaw dated October 4th, 2021 be received, and that the draft firearms and bows discharge bylaw attached as Appendix A be forwarded to council for consideration, and amend that section 4.1C include exemption to businesses relating to bows. Recorded
Mayor,
vote.
sorry, Mayor,
Yes.
we need to include that section that the yellow area, permitted bow and prohibited firearm, be removed and replaced as a red area. Prohibited bow and firearm area. That section's been removed from the motion. It should be in there.
Right. Okay.
Do you want me to clear? Do you want to read it again or clear?
Does it need to be read again?
Councillor Bothwell?
So it's with that back in there, right? That language?
Yes, so
Thank you.
it's to include exemption to businesses retailing bows and the yellow area be removed to a red area.
Thank you. I'm a yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's defeated.
Need a mover and seconder for the original resolution?
Point of clarity, Mayor Jordan. I thought Councillor Cadwell had a motion on the
Yeah.
floor.
How about my amendment, please?
All right, the clerk will work on that now. The clerk would like clarification, Councillor Cadwell.
Yep. Where it is yellow on the west of Casablanca, going to, it looks like the CN tracks and everything. So that area is yellow to make that red on the north side of Main Street West, and everything on the south side in that small pocket area would continue to be yellow on the south side of Main Street West. So between Casablanca and looks like Oaks Road, I think. It's hard to tell with no writing, but yeah, on the north side of number 8, that would be all red, and everything on the south side would be yellow. Hope that's clarifies it.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Again, I'm back to the same point, is that we spent a year going through this. We had our town staff make up the map. We interviewed like people from the hunters and the anglers and the farmers, and then we came with a report and a map, and now we're just changing it. And so that area, that's in my ward, and one of the residents who contacted me was the owner of the 2 Century Farm, and that's between Casablanca and Oaks Road on the south side, and it's probably 50 acres or 100 acres. They've owned it for 2 centuries, and they do pick your own cherries, but they have, in our previous bylaw, they were allowed to shoot sparling, or those little birds, with bird shot, because they're a bona fide farm. They have hundreds of cherry trees, and he contacted me and was concerned about why wouldn't he be allowed to shoot like the little birds with bird shot. And I know in this bylaw it doesn't allow bird shot, so that will let him down. But and I apologize that I didn't bring that up on his behalf. But this area, so I know the area very well. I grew up on Casablanca Boulevard, and when you go through and out behind there, like it's like the Smith Farm, and it's all just vacant land. There's a few homes on Main Street, but our current bylaw that we're approving with that yellow area requires 100 meters. It's like more than a football field to shoot a bow. And like, so there are people out in these fields that are not at the homes, and they're not shooting at the children. And it's a false, like, it's a false comparison, or I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it is not a danger to the residents, people that are hunting a deer on a farm with permission from the owner. Because remember, they have to have permission to be there, and they also have to be like 100 meters, 328 feet away from a residence. And they're in the middle of like 50-acre farms, sitting in a tree shooting at a deer on a downward angle. Like I said before, I'm repeating myself, but I think that we should go with the map that staff recommended. And so I'm going to vote against this. And I will vote for staff's recommended map.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. If Henry can just confirm that a bona fide farmer can still protect their crops or livestock anywhere in Grimsby. If you could just confirm that for a minute.
Henry, you're muted.
Thank you for that. Sorry about that. through you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, the way the bylaw reads, if a farmer was in the yellow zone, they would be able to protect their livestock, crop, and property with a firearm.
So I think even the provincial regulations provide for that protection outside of any municipal bylaw. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct and is also found under normal farm practices.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. So that doesn't restrict them from protecting their farm or their crops or their livestock. Thank you. And I just I understand, Councillor. Thank you, Henry. I understand Councillor Sharp's. I hear him, but again with the 100-meter buffer, which again he's made a very good point that there's a lot of dwellings within the yellow area, and it doesn't make any sense to go and cherry pick just a little specific pod or area of the map and say, well, this little area is fine, when the majority of that yellow section, there's no way you're going to be able to, because there's buildings or dwellings or a roadway that you can't go over 8 meters over a roadway. So to me, it doesn't make sense to pick a little piece within the urban boundary and say just this little section is good, but the rest of it, so no, I can't support this either. I think it just doesn't make any sense below the escarpment. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I just thought it would just keep the line along Main Street West more of a standardized, so to speak. Also in that area, and I know as you follow the yellow, you've also got in that small little pocket area, you've got Smith School, you've got the soccer fields, you got the baseball fields all in there too. So yeah, it's just my thought. It's just that it's an area that I think it deserves to be in the red. So that's I'll stop there and let council make the decision.
All right, it looks like everyone's spoken on this that wants to. So moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that resolution CW 21-323 be amended to read. Resolved that report BYL 21-09 proposed firearms and bows discharge bylaw dated October 4th, 2021 be received, and that the draft firearms and bows discharge bylaw attached as Appendix A be forwarded to council for consideration, and that yellow areas north side of Main Street between Casablanca and Oaks be red, and the south side of Main Street west remain yellow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane? Councillor Vane?
Sorry, yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to approval of the committee of the whole minutes. Is that as amended or not? Okay, perfect. All right. Need a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of October 18th as amended, council minutes of October 18th and special council minutes of October 28th be approved. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Counselor Cowell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
All right, moving to reports. Number 9, report FIN 21-30, funding agreements for modernization projects. Melanie,
Thank you, Mayor
hello
Jordan.
again.
So this report in front of you is simply just acknowledging that the town has been approved for 3 municipal funding agreements for 3 separate projects. We have finally received the agreements from the province, and we are looking to execute them by November 5th. They do require a council resolution, so that's what we're seeking for in this report, a resolution and bylaw, simply endorsing the projects and allowing us to then sign off on the agreements with the province to receive the funding. All 3 projects that are outlined here are projects that have been communicated to council through previous reporting. The town's portion of these projects, since they are 65% funded by the province, as well as with the balance being funded by the town, have been included in the 2021 budget. So hopefully that's clear, but I'm happy to take any questions as required.
Thank you, Melanie. Any questions, council? Not, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report FIN 21-30 funding agreements for modernization projects dated November 1st, 2021 be received, and the council authorize the treasurer to execute of the funding arrangements for modernization projects, and that the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A be forwarded to council for consideration. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have report FIN 21-31, appointment of auditors. Melanie?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So this report is being brought forward. Previous versions of this report have been considered by council and reconsidered through various minutes. When the final bylaw was presented last council, it was defeated, basically sending staff back to the drawing board. So we do feel strongly that we need at a minimum to approve our 2021 auditors, given that we are already November 1st. And we do have statutory requirement to have auditors in place. So this revised report and the corresponding bylaw that you will see on the agenda are requesting that the auditors be appointed for 2021.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the clerk. If this was changed to 2 years, would it be a reconsideration of a matter, seeing how we only turned down the bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think our previous bylaw recommended 2 years, so it would be a reconsideration if we remain the same as what was defeated in the previous meeting.
I just asked because council approved the 2 year, but the bylaw, which is just a formality, really, that's what was turned down. The motion of 2 years at council was approved. So that's why I asked. I don't think it would be a reconsideration. I don't think it is, Mayor Jordan. I can hear you.
As that's a statutory position, the auditors, we do need that appointment bylaw, and council has made a decision not to appoint the 2 year auditors. So the bylaw would have standing as well.
Okay, thank you very much, clerk.
Thanks.
Councillor Bain.
Just further to Councillor Ritchie's question, since we defeated 2 years, why don't we just do 3 or 4? We've got an excellent company and just do it that way. I'd like to suggest that as a, what do you call it? A variation or whatever. I forget what the wording is. I'm sorry, it's tired. If I can get a seconder on that. Or not. All right, we'll stick with what. Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. It makes more sense than coming back every year and doing this. We've got a good auditor now. Let's just go ahead with it. I say let's try for 3 years.
Melanie?
Through you, Mayor Jordan, if that's council's will, we can certainly receive that recommendation and proceed accordingly.
Mayor, can I speak to the original report?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bothwell.
My motion's on the floor already, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Yeah, Councillor Bothwell can still speak to the original report.
Okay.
And I'll actually, I can tag on to, it'll probably tag on to Councillor Vane's comment anyway. So I think the discussion that we previously had was that we do have a procurement policy, and for openness and transparency, we were looking at, considering the length of time, I think this has been going on now for 6 years with this one auditor, and that the discussion was around utilizing the new procurement policy we have in place for the purposes of being transparent and accountable. And the volume of the actual value of the contract was like 200,000 by now. So I support what Melanie has done coming back with this, recognizing that it's a compromise to move forward quickly and getting the 2021 auditing done in a timely manner during the constraints that they're under, but also recognizing the fiscal responsibility and the accountability to the public to do the formal transparent procurement policy for 2022 and on. So I appreciate that she's come back with recognizing that staff do request for proposal for auditing services for future years. So I appreciate that, and I fully support this recommendation that's come forward from Ms. Steele. I don't think it would be feasible. I really couldn't consider doing a 3 or 4 year appointment with the current procurement framework that we have in place and the valuation of these contracts. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Melanie. Would you be opposed to 3 years? Do you see anything wrong with it, or just a thought?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan. I would not. I do believe that, and there were many examples in our original report that talk to municipalities and municipalities similar to us, municipalities in Niagara that have auditors appointed for over 10 years. So I don't think it's unusual. I think our current framework and the current market does suggest, our current circumstances and the current market. I think there is value in this for the town of Grimsby at this point. As I mentioned in previous reports, audit services, to the extent that we're utilizing them here in Grimsby, are like a commodity purchase. They're very standard. There's lots of regulations, procedures. There's many different firms that can execute them. The fees in which we're paying based on our 2016 proposal, which we received, which was competitively bid and has only received inflationary increases over the past 6 years. So based on that fact alone, I do think the pricing is very competitive. My current indication from discussions from people in the sector is that when people are going to proposal, they are seeing cost increases. That doesn't make it, there's still very good reasons to do that and to pick your times on when you would do that. But for those reasons, if council wants to do a 3-year appointment, I don't see that as unusual, and I could support it.
Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Conversely, Melanie, might I ask you, would it be good practice to just leave this thing sit for 10 years or 5 years? I mean, you being the head of finance and responsible for being transparent to us and to the public, would you not also endorse we go to public and get these quotes so that we can be transparent and accountable to what we're supposed to do, and that would come back on you, would it not?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan. Absolutely. I take that responsibility very seriously. I think the reality of the circumstance that we're currently in is I strongly felt that a 2-year extension was appropriate for this town. Obviously that is not how we're moving forward, and I'm fine with that. And so I'm trying to find some balance in how we move forward. I felt that the 2 years was appropriate because of our circumstances. That would result in 2021 and 2022 being audited by the same firm, and allow staff to get out of this pandemic. The realities of our financial operations are 2021 is incredibly unique again, just like 2020, right? We have lots of shift in our operations. We have lots of additional funding requirements. We know the reality that the pandemic is going to see us into 2022. We don't yet know what the funding circumstances are going to be. We have quite an aggressive work plan still to deal with the recovery process through many of our operating departments. And I felt that there would be some strong benefit in having continuity in 2022 and not doing the RFP process. So that was my original recommendation, and I stand by that. As I've said, at this point, I'm willing to take council's direction. Do they want to extend 1 year and we go out next year, or do they want to extend 3 years? I can support either. I think there's rationale for both at this point.
Thank you. I think that us as council need to be transparent, and I think we need to show the public we're being transparent. I think maybe pushing this out another year is a good idea, and I'll support that. Next year is election year. We don't know who's going to be sitting in these seats come next October. They may have different views on this. So I think that is reasonable. We just push it out 1 year and go from there. So that's where I am on this. And I think that's the best practice we could do. And I think that will be incumbent on us to show the public that we want to be transparent all the way through this. And I think going to the public, to a public quote a year from now, I think is a good thing to do. Thank you very much.
All right, just for clarification, the motion on the floor is a 3-year term, so I'll read that now. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report FIN 21-31 appointment of auditors dated November 1st, 2021 be received, and that the firm Grant Thornton LLP Chartered Professional Accountants be appointed as town auditor for a 3-year term, and approve the appointment bylaw 21-81 for 3 years. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
All right, we'll move to number 11. Notice of motion. Councillor Bothwell, you wanted to live. Oh. All right, yes. I need mover and seconder, Councillor Bothwell, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake, whereas section 7.77 of the town's procedural bylaw, where it is deemed necessary not to delay the consideration, and notice of motion may be considered immediately upon its introduction by a successful 2/3 vote of members present. Therefore be it resolved that council consider at the regular council meeting of November 1st, 2021, the Grimsby Beach land use study open house motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
No. No.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's defeated.
All right, so,
So it's just a notice.
yeah. All right, I'll read the notice of motion presented by Councillor Bothwell. Whereas the town of Grimsby is currently undertaking the Grimsby Beach Land Use Planning Study, and whereas an open house via electronic participation is scheduled for November 4th, 2021 in regards to the study, and whereas electronic participation presents barriers to the public input process for many residents, whereas tasks 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4 of the RFP for the study contains specific performance requirements that shall be carried out in sequence after the open house and prior to the public meeting. And whereas these tasks include preparation of a public consultation summary, presentations to the stakeholder and technical advisory committees, and preparation of a final planning framework. And whereas the town of Grimsby values the importance of accessibility, public input, and thorough consideration thereof, therefore be it resolved that the statutory public meeting be scheduled at such a time where all prerequisite RFP tasks have been completed in full, and that the public meeting be scheduled at such a time that it can be conducted as an in-person or hybrid meeting to provide equitable public access to the planning process in accordance with any prevailing public health measures. Yes, that will begin consideration at the November 15th council meeting.
I have clarity, Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
If it's a notice of motion, wouldn't that have to go to the committee of the whole?
Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, under our procedural bylaw, notice of motion can be introduced at committee of the whole or council.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, so our first bylaw is to introduce bylaw 2181 as amended to appoint a 3-year term. So I need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Dunstall. And seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-81 as amended to appoint for 3-year term, and that same be read a first time. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frey,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for 2181 for second and third reading. Councillor Ritchie. Seconder, Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2181 as amended to appoint for a 3-year term, read a first time, be now read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frey,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for the other bylaw. Moved by Councillor Ritchie. Seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2182, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Mover and seconder for second and third reading of 2182. Ritchie, Vane. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2182, read a first time, now be read a second time and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk to sign and seal the same, and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, we move to announcements. I just have a couple here. I was really happy to represent the town of Grimsby and council at World Polio Day. It's really amazing that polio was eradicated in everywhere but 2 countries because people got vaccinated and showed how a success vaccination was that allowed an actual disease or virus to be eradicated. And also I had the honor to announce hometown hockey, November 27th to 29th. I was at the Peach King game and dropped the puck. Councillor Frake was there, Regional Councillor Furtick and Councillor Cadwell were there as well. It was really, the fact that we've gotten hometown hockey is just really exciting that this, Councillor Frake through his connections with Rogers was able to secure that. We've been working, it was delayed because of the pandemic, and the fact that November 27th to 29th, we can paint the town red along with the 100th anniversary of the Peach Kings, and the parade will be the next week after that. And rolling that into our centennial celebrations for 2022. It's just really exciting. So I just was glad to be a part of that, and it was so nice to be at the arena to watch the Peach Kings, and they did win 4-2. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to announce that I don't think I've done any union work for probably 8, 9, 10 years. And when somebody goes and tries to make comments, or anyone makes comments about someone's background or education, I think it speaks a lot to their character. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think I don't know if this is the right time to put an information request in. It's to the CAO. It's for an update, please, on the compensation review that was awarded March 1st, 2021 to ML Consulting. At that time, the RFP and the consultant the timing was looking at a 4 or 5 month period for that to be completed. So that would have been July or August, and we're now into November. So I would ask if the CAO could bring forward an update on the compensation review, please, for the next meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, this isn't a time for those types of requests, but I will answer that we are coming up with a report, and probably we're shooting for November 15th for a comprehensive report to council. But this section's only for announcements, but I will be coming with a report probably November 15th, if not December 6th.
Sorry, I didn't know if I should bring the information request forward at what point in the agenda. So it just came up at this time. Sorry.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just got a few things. I also too attended the raising of the flag on Friday, October 22nd at Town Hall for polio. I was there. Tomorrow I will be attending the economic summit the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce is hosting. It's a Zoom summit. Looking very forward to being part of that. So that's tomorrow, 8 o'clock till 12. I'm really excited about that. Also, the November is Movember. So I look to everybody to support Movember for research prostate cancer in men. I'm wearing my plaid tie. I like the slogan they had, I think a year or two ago, plaid for dad. So please, if you can find it in yourself to make a donation or support somebody that's growing a mustache, that would be fantastic too. So, yeah, thanks very much. The other thing, I just wondered, Mayor Jordan, if we could, if you would go to the editor of News Now for a correction in the article of the hometown hockey coming to Grimsby, where it says, the announcement was made Monday night during the Rogers broadcast of the Leafs Hurricanes game, with Town of Lincoln releasing details immediately after. I wasn't aware that the Town of Lincoln was involved in hometown hockey, so I would ask you, Mr. Mayor, if you would ask for an apology to the editor, from the editor of News Now. That is definitely an incorrect statement.
Yeah, I think it was most likely just a typo, I would guess, but I'll go ask the editor for you, Councillor Cadwell.
Well, for everybody in Grimsby too, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Yeah, I just want to do a little bit of a shout out. I don't think we've recognized everybody as far as the hometown hockey. I think Kevin Bieksa, I think he's retired now, former NHL player, his sister-in-law Amanda, and Simon Duong. They're both real estate agents with the Royal LePage. They both had a lot to do, both behind the scenes and during the weekend. And especially Sarah Sweeney and the Peach King staff. I want to make sure they all get recognized for all their excellent work as well. I think there's a lot of people that work to bring this together, and I'm very proud of our town coming together to do it and the people involved. So I just want to make sure everybody got recognized. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vane. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just a reminder, everyone, that today's the 1st of November, and a lot of us are wearing poppies, and we've got 11 days until Remembrance Day. But it's time to get out, put a couple bucks in the poppy box at the store, or head down to the Grimsby Legion. And, you know, the Legions have been closed, and they have had trouble fundraising in their normal way. So please help through the poppy drive to get some cash to the Legion and to the veterans that served this country and that continue to serve this country. And on that note, please keep your Christmas decorations. I mean, I know it's nice weather, so it's good to get up, but put them on, but just don't turn them on yet. If you got to put your lights up, give it another 10 days or so, and then turn them on. And with that, I just, you know, thanks everybody. And I have one question. Maybe staff can answer this. Is there a Remembrance Day thing going on at the museum this year?
CEO Schlang? I believe there is.
Sarah's coming on. Sarah's coming on.
Oh, Sarah.
Yes, there will
Hi,
be.
Sarah.
We've been, hello, through you, Mayor. Yes, there will be. We're working with the Legion. They will be doing something. It probably will look a little different than it has in the past, as they are still sort of struggling through the COVID time as well, but we'll be connecting with them on Wednesday again, and there will be a live ceremony at the cenotaph. So we'll send details.
Okay, so
great. Thank you
Yeah,
very much, Sarah. And Sarah, I just wanted to thank you for your part in securing hometown hockey. I'd like to thank you in person, but I already did that, so I'll do it in Zoom. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, and to the team. It's really all hands on deck affair. And
Absolutely.
so much fun.
Simon had to fill in for an announcer on Friday night, so he did a good job there too. So, Councillor Sharp, sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, that's okay. So let's continue. Remembrance Day, there will be something going on at the museum. Stay tuned on social media or the town webpage. I'll be posting that, I'm sure. So will the town and the Legion, and you'll see it. There'll be something going on. So get your poppy, and we'll see you there. Thanks.
All right, seeing no further announcements. Councillor Vane. All right, seeing no further announcements, the next meeting of council is scheduled for November 15th, 2021, following the committee of the whole. We just have the confirming bylaw. Need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Vane. Moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Vane. Resolved that leave given to introduce bylaws 21-83 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? It's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Counselor Sharp, Counselor Cadwell. Moved by Counselor Sharp, second by Counselor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-83 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Right.